no idea what's going on here, but I cannot seem to access my normal Twitch panel on the phone, which I usually use to monitor chat and stuff, but it normally works fine. It's not working for some reason. Stream manager? Oh well. Oh, there it goes. Something like that. All right, anyways. Hey guys. Back day 60-ish plus. It's funny, actually, Edgy just posted something in Discord, which was showing, like, when all of the expansions had dropped and, like, back from the original release to Realm Reborn, and, like, how much content I've covered, or we've all covered, actually, in the last, like, 60-plus days. It's kind of incredible. Almost to the point where I'm like, you take a look at something like that, and I think to myself, like, yeah, I gotta pace myself, right? Because I'm literally covering years and years worth of content really fast, and if I keep going at the pace I'm going, I will literally run out of content very soon. Although there's still a ton to do in this game. I actually do like just the experience and existing in the game portion. But I'm doing the Hildebrand quest, and I accidentally clicked on the quest giver already, and it started going. But then these guys showed up, and I was like, okay, well, I gotta at least get these guys in here because this is hilarious. I don't know what they're wearing, but that one guy on the right looks like he's like has no. He looks like a Ken doll. All right. So hopefully if I finish out this round of the Hildebrand quest, then I can finally then open up the quest I want to get in Heavensward, where I wanted to get that scholar's coat, or, basically the coat that looks like the Harry Potter kind of school uniform thing. All right. Hotch, Hugh, Hamo, whatever's the matter? And where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The four of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dower Meadow. Mishap? My ass. This was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my sublagar. Lower your voice, Hotch. My head stings enough without your bloody shouting. Hutchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my mantra, we would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Hamo, in victory and in defeat. Montravels will fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say, I'll not be getting back into fighting fettle by arsing about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hutchin, for you, I'm always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras. I want each one to ring out over Sagoli. Hooah! Yeah! God, these outfits. How do I get this outfit? The Montravils. Aye. As Hutchin tells it, they took their name from the training partner they met. They met at the first Rogar, a man they most admire for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. This talk of attacks on the competitors, however, this I would hear more. Ah, yes. I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes? With mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between what a few battlers remain. The Phantom Thieves Challenge. Gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concerned sponsor's attorney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in his office within the Colosseum halls. I'll send word to the gateman Yuyubaya. He owes the Mithril Eye a favor or two. Splendid. Come, Alachia. We've got a case to crack. Okay. This way. Is that it? I don't know. We'll see. Nope. Okay. It's this way. No. Awesome. How to get to where I need to go. Telling you, Ulda'a is the one city I still get super lost in. Unless it's like one of the main ports, Aetheryte ports, and then I kind of get it. Wait, was there a way to get in through this? Oh yeah, talk to the gate attendant, that's what he said. Oops. Let's add that to my quest list. See if it tells me any better. Speak with the gatekeeper Yuyubaya to gain entrance to the Colosseum. Maybe there's a Aetheryte port that goes to the Colosseum. Spend so much time in Limsa. I go to the Weavers Guild out here and stuff, and the Miners Guild, but that's about it. Colosseum? It's got to be around here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Oop, nope, go back. Gladiators Guild. Yuyubaya. From the Mithril Eye, you say? Then by all means, you are free to enter. I'm Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all sing. You know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I'd ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Gahaha! Who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself. Ask me away, girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called phantom thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided some still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took another heads off for insulting the color of his sublet. Looks like we've got ourselves another. These two aren't in the entry books. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Bjarden. As efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman. Eschews violence, Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Darmeadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney. And try to be brief. I was wondering when you might ask. Master Fiergris has spared no expense in making the Mythril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Colosseum has ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll ever find outside of Oakwarn. The second and third places are nothing to sneeze at either. But I don't care how many faces he's got. We've nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief the last time. If you want your treasure safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I haven't all day. Fear I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't Mr. Many Faces in another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as any other would, in battle. As a matter of fact, with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, the more lucrative that. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We've got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will you? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? You called? I was about to give the lovely Miss Avele the grand tour. Inspector Hildebrand, look! He's purple. Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, this overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. Ah, that's just my receptionist, Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it, he was one of many bizarre creatures born from the recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thermitage's Guild. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others, when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything, anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Colosseum. And am I ever glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. I know not who you are or where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. Oh, I just love it when she talks, though. Now, who's the chump who wanted to get pummeled by my love Avi? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done. To. Alachia Queen will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Alachia Queen? You do look like a queen. Well, bugger me with a spear. To think I'd see the day when a warrior of light stood in my Colosseum. Hear that clink, clink, clinkin'. That's the sound of old Gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that the true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mythril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along too. Show 'em where to sign, Ulti. With Alachia, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that she doesn't come down with some curious injury. The gladiatrix Avila, was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. The Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable of Miss Avila. Come, Neshu. The investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Alachia here safe. Let us return to Ganelon and see what else he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own too to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. You again? I've already told you that... What? Entered in the tourney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you. But in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? So I've been asking around, and it seems that more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila? Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me when you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round and earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have you? Well, you're not the first, I say. Is not there a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest is Hildebrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me to exactly how it was you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my ass. Have you not a wit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade. Some kind of old foul sorcery, if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl's up to no good. If she weren't so damn easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in a gal as we speak. The girl's Alamegan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you've got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? That's one real piece of work, Alachia. Let's be on our way. I don't mean no offense, miss. Just telling it like it is, as it were. Perhaps it truly is some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as a magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress out of you. I'll give you a good wrinkle, Mr. Insensitive Boar. If what the man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way, Avila and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved the case without leaving my home. Incredible! Your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultros should still be at the Colosseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off to whence he came. What's the best way? Actually, let me get a little screenshot here. Shh, friend. And look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulation of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend LT is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks! Yes, this is most suspicious. This is most suspicious indeed. Oh, what is this? The girl has fled in panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. Or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. Creepy Uncle Ulti. Yep. I don't know how Final Fantasy has made it the way it is in the age of Me Too. Like, how did it survive? Seriously, I don't know. Impressive. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. And he speaks. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was just a gentle soul, luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes. Now perhaps we should return to the investigation. If Avia is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around for a bit. Dower Meadow back at the Colosseum should be able to enlighten us at her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Colosseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her about to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they are. They say, come Nashu, the investigation calls. Don't think Uncle Ulti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come now, I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and an admiration of millions. Can Uncle Ulti dream? Can't get a screenshot that. Oh, God. Well, kids, hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. Good shit. There are not enough crystals around in Ulda. What the hell, man? Ultras is from Final Fantasy VI, and he is hysterical. Oh, okay. Yes? What is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for Avila, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might still find her there. I warn you, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganelon tried to interview her for an article. Thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions on a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, that might be just the ticket. Haha. Well, I can assure you there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable prowess of espionage, we will ascertain all of the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila. Just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you? There is no cause for concern. The spoils shall be mine. It may as well be writ in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered, and suffered long. But my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Roban Adlin won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no, 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Eldons no longer. And with that, I must be off to the Nanawa mines to meet my sister. Miss Avila, self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue. Trying to steal a villa from Uncle Alti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Alti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcraft explosives, I take it, Nashu. Heavens no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're on to me! Preposterous! Could it be that musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I see. In any event, I shudder to think of what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me to... You've got to be kidding me! That was heave-ho. Heave-ho! That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a bit closer. I thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Hagelina. I've taken all necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Eshtame's sun silk dresses. All the luxury you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girl in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn of the Eldon upper crust. Those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Abby. Wealth is all well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud, no matter how humble our birth. If we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all of the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Helgelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth. But worry not, your sister is watching over you. I will do this for us. Now I must return. Gods forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Abby, unfazed by the duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile upon you, sister, and be safe. A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen, and yet I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. It would seem Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector! Did you just hear what I heard? Look, kids, Uncle Ulti has headed up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little girl? I'm talking to you, Mrs. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. Not you, you idiot. Ahem. No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I am pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Ah, hero. Now, shall we return to Uldal? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long, and the last thing we want after all this is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seemed completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman, if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, you've got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was just right around the... Give me a break! Yes? Is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. This time you'll really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Colosseum. He's large, he's in charge, And most of all, he's hungry. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all day. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be that the aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. And what brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear, and with that we must return to Ul'dah. If you've not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mythril Cup. Whoa! Moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Mandeville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father? Remind me never to go to one of their family reunions. Yeah, just who is this inspector anyway? Hildy is a worthy rival if there ever were one. Who goes there? Oh, the chicken. Hildy, Alachia, I've been waiting for this day. Well, looky who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, 'cause this just might be your lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Alachia is a formidable foe. That sounds like high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. To have such powerhouse at his sidekick, that inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you, you will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off, for reasons that I do not entirely understand. I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Alachia, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, it looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. A subtlety twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Nobody here but us octopodes. Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, friend. Fiend. Uh-oh. Here he goes. Muscleheads! I hate them! Yeah, this is even more absurd than the last string of quests, which was already pretty absurd. Good heavens! Chancing upon father like that, I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I had hoped to uncover more of Miss Sevilla's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Good heavens, we haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves of the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I will not lower myself to their level. So much running and talking. It's really weird how you'll pick up a quest and then get it, and you start the quest by talking, and they're doing they do a tiny little dialogue, and then they're like, bam, like, now I go to the next place. It's weird. There's got to be like some meme out there about change of location to speak. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus. I tell you, they don't pay me enough for this. But that's all gonna change soon, isn't it, buddy? Funga? Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us as to... Ye gads! Who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost. I'm a busy octopus. Funga? Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. It is a challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is there something else someone inside your office? No, whatever gave you that idea. I am simply, fumigating the place. For pests. A pest like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight? Funga! Inspector, I think someone's alive in there. That's just me, talking to myself. Yes, funga gods. Yes, gods. Working as a receptionist is fun. battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work. I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for a chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Alachia, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appeared considerably worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamigan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It's not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research on our eight-legged friend, and it would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldawn's taverns and, House of Pleasures. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamigan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means I fear your life is still in danger, Alachia. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in the Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may provide some answers. I would ask you bring them to me. Well, let me see what you have found. Now, what have we here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails. And what's this? A sack, even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in, if that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Sintgot Sundries. It would seem this merchant has had dealings with the squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning lady like yourself be looking for today? I'm sorry, madam, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait now, did Ultros send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that distinctive aroma. They're only for the most discerning of customers, which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Bryden! It wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away Alachia here. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many an old gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering, just thinking about it. Might I be as bold to ask the recipe? It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. Gosh, I'm too short. Me too. There you go. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battle begins. Here's the plan, Alachia. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in the combat. Until I've ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you're able to keep a wide berth on her blade. Understood? Oh, you are to keep... Back to the Colosseum. Oh no. What just happened? I just lost sound. What? I don't understand. Oh, wait. Bluetooth is off. Should not have lost sound. Wait, maybe it's the headphones actually. It is the headphones. What the heck? Yes, the control up is a game changer for us Lola Fells. Hey, Interax. Alright, where's it going? Yes, Colosseum. Here he is. There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. Gah. I'd be remiss not to tell you that there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and none other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are just pouring in, and the bookmakers across town are raking in the gill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it the Master Fregus himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future's looking bright for old Dower Meadow, it is. So, What say ye? Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Well, I did chocobo racing once. It was fun. I haven't gone back to it yet, though. Aye, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. I still haven't done my fashion report this week. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by your ever-charitable friends at the Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern, your concern is our concern, is about to begin. Who will stand atop the head of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo, Alachia, the famed warrior of light, or who was that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right. Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Or will it be our 11th hour entry? Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain. Push. Here I am. Did you miss me? I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battle begin. Alright, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I've not forgotten our promise. Look at Avila's blade spin. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed 'em tough in El Amigo, that's for certain. You are next. Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Ah, nothing like rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting is giving Uncle Alty an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute. Roasted truffles! Braised in a savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from. That meddling musclehead! What's taking him so damn long? The girl's gaze gives it away. Open the gate at once. Funga. What monstrosity? What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach I hear rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating French you have, Ulti. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from the case of the sniffles? Oh, could it be? Vila vaunted Tempest Blade? It was the monster all along. The girl played us for fools. Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, for my work and all. Come on, Dower. Has Uncle Ulti ever lied to you? What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamigan whore. Whoa! Alamegans, beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give them a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get? Send her to Golemald for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to... my sister. I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Ulti may be so bold... I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That'd be me, my buddy Typhon, and Alachia here. What do you say, Mrs. Warrior of Light? Aye, that's what we want to see. Old Truss, old Truss, old Truss. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. But who am I to deny the wishes of such passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Atali, the fighters, the tag team of Ultras and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm is settled? Be there or miss the battle of the ages. So to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which we positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamigan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've ever encountered in all my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust it in your abilities now, Alachia. Let us make for Halatali. Oh, that's different. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's for Gladiator. Well, this tourney turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a nut's ass. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house, so here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them? That should even the odds, eh? Oh, no, it's a, Okay, hit a trial. What the hell? Wait, what am I... Which one am I supposed to do here? Confront Ultros atop the dragon's neck. Into the dragon neck. Probably shouldn't do this as a warrior since I've never done it before, but well, whatever. Who cares? Let's try it. What's the worst that can happen? A white, come in as my white mage. Done. I don't think it's one that people do very often, though. 7 minutes. Wow, that's probably one of... Actually, maybe if I go in as a healer, I'll have a faster Q time. Withdrawal. Okay. There you go. Look at that. Oh, I didn't think you could join. Are you up to this point? Have you done all the way to this? Combatants, the final confrontation will be held atop the dragon's neck. Seafood soup is not on the menu today, kids. Okay, so it looks like you split up. I don't know which one we're supposed to do first. Or if they're supposed to go down at the same time. Let's see. Oof. Uh-oh. That's not good, is it? Okay. I thought maybe I was knocked out of the battle for good. Good. I'm not. Oh my goodness. That black mage did not get out. Oh man, I got... That is not telegraphed, unfortunately. Oh, it kind of is. Oh, he's going to rotate. I see. Oh no. This music definitely sounds very retro Final Fantasy-ish. No, come on! Like, that's on the edge. Woo! Thwarted again. I feel like such a sucker. And Alachia claims the Mithril Cup. Sweet, 75 out. Oh, must be getting close to capping. Oh, not quite. Okay. Loot. Oh, cool. Oh, wow, it's the only one. Okay. Oh, I didn't win the little Ultros. Damn it. Not that I would use it, but still. Let me see. I think I have the sound down pretty low because it tends to crowd out my ability to hear things. Good show, Alachia. Your performance has earned us front row seats to the award ceremony. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has arisen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Behold, from the personal vaults of Mr. Frigace himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure, the likes of which our realm has never seen, one that earned the attention of Eorzur's most prominent pilferer. Gahaha! Above you. Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on overlong, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend! Mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Mandeville name. I think not, Hildebrand. Greg? 'Tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. Alachia, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Do you mean your skewer? My spear! Vile thief! Is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once. Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure I had a tissue here somewhere. Funga! Alas, and alack, the ring fell straight into the hands of the fiend. Give up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Mandeville man. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. But of course, brilliant father. If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll just be like Dolomud. Hildebrand, Heliodor Maximil of Mandeville. Skyward, as only a Mandeville can. Oh god. But father, you're not your own strength. $997, $998, $999. Ah! Oh, man. Hey, Chaos Age, thanks for the follow. These legs, they look strangely familiar. Just doing the Manderville quest, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing, this ring is a fake. But no matter, I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been most attentive audience. That key! Bloody hells! Guards! Seize that fiend at once! It's too late, sir. The second prize. The Ring of Inquiry. It's gone. Second prize? What is the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. The sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous! It's just, the dim lighting. Yes, if you'll just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Let's not be so hasty, friend. I can explain. I sold out my honor, joined forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I've been. Whatever was I thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hegelina, and nothing more. I suppose I was, and that... How do you know my sister's name? I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to the Nawana mines to eavesdrop upon your intimate personal dialogue with your beloved sister. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of a fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I truly was fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shirk from that challenge. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly, the second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen. A pattern that betrays his true intentions. The treaty blade, Azima's virtue, and the Ring of Inquiry, all relics with quite a history, or to be more precise, relics from the era of the Beladians. Oh, if that is so, the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Beladian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us just as much. What the? I have enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So, this is the thief's final challenge to us. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Beladia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of the sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that, and yet it seems the phantom believes there is some truth in these words. 4 sacred relics from Beladia, the warden's justice, lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem that the tales of the master thieves ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far, an Olsen collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul in the brass blades, and now a mining magnate in the stone of torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of the ordinary Ulduns would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. A quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for the wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Aha! Then this will be his downfall. For the greater challenge, the higher I rise. Just a moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces. There is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Belladia, and it shall be Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. Was that? No, it couldn't be. Methinks Gobbert may need a new pair of spectacles. It's a race to recover the lost relics of Belladia, as the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed. Will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Or will our hero do only what a Mandeville man can? The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually look like? I have. And how did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well, see you next time. I was wondering when you showed up, Alachia. I hope you haven't made any plans for the day, because we've gotten a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend, the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Ulduan society. Mr. Manyfaces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubts as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye's been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we? Oh, I think that means I finally unlocked the thing that I can go get the coat now in Ishgard, which is a weird lock or wall. I don't even remember where it was. I have to go look for it. Let's see. And then I need to go get Scion boots. I think. Scion adventure boots. I think. Where is it? Search for item. Glamour dresser. Okay. And then what's the other thing I need for today's fashion show? Hard leather wrist guards, which I think I can get from the guy at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Someone who sells hard leather wrist guards. Hard. Or is that something I have to make? It's hard leather subligar, so there must be hard leather wrist guards. Hard leather harness. Where's the wrist? No, it had to have been in the first tab if he was selling it. No, he does. Oh, it's got to be jewel crafters. Someone else? Hard leather wrist guards, not wristbands. Well, I guess I can make it if a vendor doesn't sell it. Let's see. Oops. Hard leather wrist guards. I just need hard leather, which I have, and beast sinew, which I have. Sweet. I'll make 2 of them, one for me and one for a Sixon. Okay. Hard leather, beast sinew, leather worker, and craft. $5.99. $15. $14. Piccolo crab. $9.69. Okay. Alright. I can't fail now. I can only succeed at this week's fashion report. It will not defeat me again. Alright. Let me return to Limsa. Morning, Murray. Oh my god. No. Nope. Pretend you didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I've been trying to throw accents. With the Hildebrand quest, and it just came out Murray. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just can't. Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah. Fucking hell. Jesus. Oh, wait. Unbelievable. Anyway, how's it going, Murray? Six, do you happen to be around? Because we can do the fashion report, and you can go first this time. Alright, you do have to go to either your glamour dresser and get your Scion adventure boots. Or you have to go recover them from a salvager, I believe. So equip. Right, that's correct, right? Scion adventure boots. Yep. And then hard leather wrist guard. And that should do it. All right. Actually, where is he? Oh, he's still in Idleshire. Idleshire? Okay. Here it is. This is it. My winning moment. Will not fuck up this time. Can only succeed. Defeat? Wrist guards. Alright. Here we go. I checked myself, man. What can go wrong? Da-na-da! Da-na-da! Here we go. Yeah! It is done! I am no longer a fashion report noob. Fucking yeah. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. Yes! Yes! Alright. Oh, I guess I should go upstairs and see if I, or go somewhere, see if I won. Maybe it'll be my lucky day and I have won the lottery too. I forgot to go check earlier. Da-da. Nope. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Consolation prize. Ah! Alright. Lucky numbers. I'll choose the last 4 of my social security number. 9560. That's always a winning number. How about the last 4 of my credit card? 2, 3. Oops. No, wait. How do I go back? 2, 3, 5, 3. And at last, expiration date of my credit card. 0223. Sweet. Okay. Oh no! I didn't do my scratch offs. Damn it. Going back. Actually, Zix, are you there? Nay. Can you hear me? Hello, Moto. Oh, I was going to ask you if you've done the fashion report. So you have to go get your Scion boots from... It's probably in your glamour dresser. Or, yeah, it's probably in your glamour dresser, or you have to go pick it up from a salvager. If you like, sold it, which I seriously doubt you've sold anything. I think that's called the Scion's Adventure Boots. Probably in your glamour dresser. And then meet me at the Manderville Saucer. Scassa. That is not the plate I wanted. There. How long you think you're gonna be? I can run. Oh, getting them now? Okay. 2 minutes? Okay. I need to figure out where I can pick up that quest now that I finished the second stretch of the Manderville quest. If I can get that scholarly coat I was looking to get. Come here, Daisy. Daisy, come. Come here. Say hello. Hello.
See what you all did? Turned my mommy into a crack addict. Final Fantasy addict. And now I starve.
You still get plenty of food. What's an ancient one? It's a weird looking pet. Oh, weird. It's like running around screaming. Right click on it and say return to inventory. Or something like that. Restore to inventory or something like that. What? How is that what she said? Restore to inventory? I guess. That's so not that is not a good, that's what she said. Huh. Maury, you're in your modified your modified uniform. So you need to click on the boots and then right click on the boots, I think, and then say restore to inventory or something like that. Now all you have to do is come to the golden saucer. Oh, that's why you have on your normal uniform. I see. I didn't realize glam plates worked for the fashion report. I'd be too scared to do it that way. That would explain the brown clothing. Wait, not yet. Hang on. Let me give you the wrist guards. And then just put these on. Make sure you have the Scion boots on. And then you're good to go. No dye this week. Hence I didn't fuck up. You look good to go. Just 2 items, yep. Hence I didn't fuck up this week. And then don't forget to check the cactpot lottery and then do your scratch-offs. Oops. Oh, I need to go to the foundation. Yep, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh, what am I doing? Come on. That's it. Jules Crozier. Alright, this guy down here should have quests open now. Oh, come on, what? Oh, did I not do enough of the Manderville quest to open them up? Oh, really? Oh, goodness. Alright. Matthew. Okay, he's supposed to open up. Is it keeping the ledger? Or is it contradicting convictions? No, it's not that one. It's her last vow, right? Oh, I have to finish her last vow. And I am... I didn't... okay. Dang it. Not quite there yet. Motherfucker. Who would have thought Hildebrand quest would be such a prerequisite for something? Alright. Okay. Oh yeah, what's the controversy about just people being upset that they have to do the Hildebrand quests in order to get relics, or that the relics are related to Hildebrand? Well now, if it ain't my favorite venture, and my favorite Mithril reporter along with her. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help two lovely ladies, I'm afraid you found old Wyman at a loss. Old Daw has more than its fair share of treasure, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan's warrant and a right thither. Word has it they formed a regiment of the best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan warrant aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but that's the only lead we've got. Come on, Alachia. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the Heart of Sworn. Heart of the Sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourself involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a porter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever danger lies ahead. Besides, being a reporter is more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Alachia. Time is of the essence. Yeah, I can't even believe, like, they don't even do a tiny bit of voiceover. Like, I was trying to figure out what Hildebrand even sounds like, and I couldn't find anything. I was like, oh, wow. Like, it's purely text. Damn it. Oh my god, Ulda. Ulda! This place kills me, I tell you what. It just kills me. Nothing's changed from the beginning of day one. Still lost in Ulda. Okay, so that wasn't the right place. Well, it's got to be close to here. Right there. Oh, no, I think it's the outside of the gladiator chamber, not the inside. Oh, no, Thermitage is... Man, I'm so lost. You can't be very far, Anorax, from the end of the MSQ, right? You gotta be pretty close. But I guess there's also post-patch stuff that they've already had, maybe. Well, there's no rush, no use rushing through the content, though. You know, I don't have anything to do once you finish the island in 2 days. Actually, I need you to get to the island so that you can tell me what people need from it. Whoa, this is dark. I didn't even know this was here. The hell? How do I get here? Is it up? Up. There it is. There it is. Halt! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. They'll bugger me with a broadsword. It's that gentleman of Light's adventuring companion, and that catty, butt-cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-stylized warrior of Light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan's sworn recruiter to land yourself? Damn it. Yeah, bugger me with a broadsword. Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing the gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant the day, it moved me to the deepest depths of my soul, like I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm, just like my hero, Master Hildebrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, haven't you? Cor, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the two ladies who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Felice. She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, it seemed. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, eh? A pleasure to meet you, Felice. My name is Ellie, from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we were researching the Phantom's thief case, and would appreciate any information that might shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie, and if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Alachia queen, yes? You know Alachia? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would, I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in this investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldal's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Bradine, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Alachia, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what is your... Demasking dust, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mass left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify his composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector! The phantom thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we are only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uldal, the last of the 4 lost relics of Belladia. I fear not. I pored through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it more little than fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladian heroes, but makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play into the fiend's strength. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The Black Guard will be the chains before he can lay dirty hand on the vault. On the vault door, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. Yes, the Phantom Thieves. He's kind of like Persona. I bet it's kind of a ripoff, as, you know, most things are in this game. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We'd be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. This must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. But you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame that. Inspector Hildebrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murder plots the death of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action and quickly. Understood, my ladies. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar-turned-butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this dismasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend. I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear the role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Alachia, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasamo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot but help but leave clues that will not elude my gaze, friends. Let us be off. Pray alert me. Should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Felice's demasking dust to good use. Wow, these quests are long. Flowers. Yes, it is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist, who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, eh? I'm the one who put the flowers there. To honor the memory of my poor boy, It dared to foul his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you into zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie. Nonsense. Not nonsense. My boy, history. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sildil? Sildil? Aye, Uldal's sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of a far greater horrors than death, an unholy drought brewed by the Sildin's alchemists, one with the power to turn the living into the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitors spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan sworn. Thou alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could do so much as pay my respects. To pay my last respects. The traitors spurn. I heard stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to produce such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? A Sildin, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildin would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Sildin died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did. They did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief. He does. But did it even occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Beldia and the powers they hold, the power to exact justice. The spectre of Sildil has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all! Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if you'd only become a traitor like your father, if you'd only kept your nose out of those history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of the Sildil. But you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed! Doomed! Holy shit. This bitch is crazy. That bleeding whoreson's here somewhere. I can feel it in my follicles. The most potent hair tonic the realm has ever seen. Aye, that it was. For all a fortnight, before my flowing flocks fell out over and over again. And just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand, just a twist of the knife of an extra limb. Wait, what? Mountebank charlatan! I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band. Pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. What? Do I know this person? Did I sell them poor hair tonic? It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimonies confirmed that which I suspected from the start. Like a zombie pricking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the fell scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. That is a gross metaphor. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Ahem. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed. A wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and the dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Hermitage's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildir might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Bernardine. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Gods be good! You're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins, researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Sildir. Aren't you? Why, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with the ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of our mother nation, Alachia. The fifth astral era was an age of untold wonders, with the arcane arts burgeoned, and the great civilization that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and the avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the sixth umbral calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused the catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Beladia some 8 centuries agone. Oh, imagine, a government of mages, by mages, and for mages! What wonders might have been wrought had the Beladian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. Greeting, travelers. You would learn of war between Ul'dah and the fallen Sultanate of Sildir. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome the Ul'dah's superior numbers, Sildian's alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem, employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn. They brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they have even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It is truly crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Sildir. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Beladian civilization flourished in the relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he had a rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish this claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Ul'dah and Sildir. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. No. Although I am interested in making a black mage. Not today. Who am I missing then? Maybe on the other side? Man, this place is kind of cool. Do not take your eyes off your victim. What the? What is that you say? You seek knowledge of bad blood between Eldal and Sildé. I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Eldal, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildé, weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by 2 nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by the Eldal's prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sildén's knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter the histories are clear, but riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories? And what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against the Sildé, Eldans and Amajal warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not. Neither did I, till I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less convenient? But I've said enough already. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of secession divides the great civilization of the Beladian, giving rise to a sibling nations of Eldal and Sildé. The 2 nations coexist for some generations, until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by the Eldal's superior military might, Sildé employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of the doomed Sildé, who seeks vengeance against those who reduce his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him in peacefully to the next world, there's but one course of action. We must find the Sildén's statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. You'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of the grave yourself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits inspectors, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildé. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Sildén's connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Beldian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had the most frightful air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me, of course. My keen investigator senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified a man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. I decided to shove some food in my face real quick, too. Yes, if you got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting to every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter with the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all seeing. You know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? Oh, what's this nonsense? I don't even know who you are, but I ain't got the time for our patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Dulda. Well met indeed. Pray tell, what brings you to these environs thus fair morning? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. I, Inspector Bradine. This is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Gregoria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But, Lady Gerilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of those prize pieces from the Ishmael's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middlemen and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say it just once more, Curia. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than mere trinket. All right. I'll tell you what I know. But you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The traitor Spurn, was it? And his card speaks of 5 victims. It got me thinking. Silda's 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, few would be, on account of them being something of secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge and the Ul'dah conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? Those balls! Don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you? And where can we find him? Hob. His name is Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa and his 5 best sellsword to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now don't ask me how the hell that all works, but... Hobbs got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew what he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Mandeville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. Master Hobb, is everything quite all right? No, stand back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. Damn, there's no saving the man. Alachia, do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombie tells me that this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. 'Twould seem we were a few moments late to the scene. A message. And then there was one. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone, or something, is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Felice. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what clues I can uncover in the meantime. You'll do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector! I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite a temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life? At Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow. Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Felice awaits our report. Oh, wait. Where am I going? A fourth victim. They'll have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of the connection to the other victims? The arbiters of truth. No, it cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie! The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Ha ha! Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Noshu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of the Sultan's sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces? To think we would find our men like this! Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more! By virtue of gentlemen's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilist puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Felice. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value you'd like to wantonly destroy? What? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious, a double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Gui. Guigu. What the hell's with these names? One of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank her burgeoning readership and a rise to the ranks at the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... Milady, the vault's been breached. The wise men's whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Bah, what is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we're about to make a triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie, that shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. To think he'd literally stumble face fist onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Felice, I thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiter of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than Hildebrand Mander? Me, mind you. It is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened, and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer of the Sultan sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Felice, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associate here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here. Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw something in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see. It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, Inspector Scent speaks to me. Someone is watching us, Alachia. Let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Be wary and be warned. Huh? Trust no one and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You obtain a sachet of demasking dust. Oh, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Alachia. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Oh, so your pursuit of the Thief of Many Faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. Now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadow is a friend. Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for the utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit in over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would be Not so pleased. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a simple sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the impostor beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Alachia. What say you have a few words with each of them, and see if aught seems amiss? Inspector Bairding, tell me all about it. Who'd have thought Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion, yet I cannot help feel that another truth still evades us. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? Stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses, this one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I question the Sultanate outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you'd be so kind to stand still and shut up. The fiend already stands among us. Inspector Bairding, I should hope that you're not doubting me. Well, I am quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Alachia here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not. They should be reporting back within a bell's time. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that it is more time than we can afford, Miss Felice. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interaction with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from the consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Alachia here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times of this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If you ask me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I am Mandeville. Man! Doing what only a Mandeville can. From the peaks of Kurthus to Thanalan, Mandeville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous mutton-head you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old...
Genius Inspector?
The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie? You look somehow different. So the letter spoke true. The fiend was in our midst all along. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of murmurs. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Breedon, once again you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is after all my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. Oh, 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Ceci, charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite all right? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of the Sildians' aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and that priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with the just knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe you a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to the heights of celebrity. Miss Ceci, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Uldan's dogs reduced our great nation to the nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that Sildir that turned their own men. It was the Sildir who turned their men into zombies. The histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellow false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of the dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak of, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan's army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. Truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would killed to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. but your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors of that my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging battle against the power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole the vast quantity of powder from the Uldan's vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics of the Beldia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildir, before the Uldan's dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak. Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when the zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No, wait, you'll all be dead. Preposterous. But first you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Ceci. Hildebrand! You idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godpart Mandeville, I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. I knew it! That presence watching us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Oh my god, Hildebrand's mom is hot! Holy shit. Am I to understand that you're Hildebrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send our warriors pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Alachia. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. What? Do ye have popotos for your brain, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you hadn't bloody noticed. You, Alachia or something, was it? Hildy's told me about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy always had a bit of rebellious streak. What can I say? I came on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-assed husband here. And look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I have just the remedy. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Sin Goat at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from the trader by the name of Ogest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads through his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that's smart. Egads, Hildy. You're looking none too hearty yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Alachia here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, my lady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sin Goat sundries, was it? Come now, Alachia. There's work to be done. I seriously think that the Hildebrand story quest line is about as long as an MSQ. An expansion. It's crazy. Oversoul rags, you say? I fear they've only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear life, my friend's life, and quite possibly my own, well hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Gah! And you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look at what we have here, if it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. Chimera membrane. My lady, you're far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand and Alachia here, I'd still be a tag-teaming member with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune, and I'm a woman who pays her debts. Doll, take me if I wasn't Aleva the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. A kind sentiment, my good man. But we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Alachia? And with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find this traitor named Jest. Guest? The blundering Menderville boy is on his last leg. You need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves. Yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gill for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be happier, and a wealthy man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spinely body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of the day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, my lady, may I have this dance? Alachia, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the lappy maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scurry adventures, and share a dance with the cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Alachia with the bottle of twice distilled water she seeks. You know this woman? Bah, if it is the price she would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gill anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Alachia, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. Hold on, Hildy. I'm trying to make my way back to wherever the hell it is you are. But I'm lost in Old again. You think it's up here? I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Here you go. Oops. Bloody brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Oh, you bloody bugger. Guide my skillet. Aye, this should stop its spread. Now, it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering, obviously, in a rubbish-strewn corner of the Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Alachia, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildin ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him. And I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. The 7 hells are y'all standing around for? The future of Dalda is at stake. Alachia, my strength is yours as well. For Ulda and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband. What with you having more muscle than sense. If you're so keen to make yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some of the fire crystal? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off zombification. Let's see. I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not an heir. Yes, my lady. I'm boy? I see no boy. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Alachia. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Alachia and Hildy both... Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend I've ever known, and she is long lost to me. You're a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Alachia could not stand against our combined strength. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words, and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Gads! What was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals. Where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice. Could it be? My faithful companion? Why must you always make me wait so? What are you doing dilly-down around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moon-sick maid digging around Sildal's excavation site with her mind set on turning Eldal into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but you don't need to worry. But don't you worry. Mommy, dearest, isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Dang. My MILF. Okay. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead. Where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we reach out to her, she refuses to answer us. She refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her. That crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with the traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequence could be dire indeed. You are our only hope, Alachia. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Alachia. Surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it is you. Oops. Let's just see. Ellie. Alachia, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Ceci is already in custody. Surrender now, and I'll see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Ceci and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. 2 sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our missions take priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the olden dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I am sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. All in a day is work for a Mandeville man. My question is, can the undead really be killed? You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with the Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. And he's as good as 6 films under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy, and do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. Those balls, there are no end to them. I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Alachia, warrior of light that you are. You might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. Yeah, that's Jeppy on the goldsmith tools. Yeah. I'll have to show him what he can become. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with the broadsword. Are my eyes to be believed? That pose! No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Just so, my good man. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Ah, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I rip them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Alachia. Cor, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible! The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Hildebrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. And an immunity, too. I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Bradian, you said there was something you would tell me when all was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found someone with whom I intend to never part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your gall cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? I don't think she's going to come out a free woman after murdering a bunch of people, but okay. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Atal was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but this, I will do everything in my power to bring truth to the fore. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing cloak and dagger, I require Alachia's presence for a matter far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. What the fuck? Why, the long face, friend. Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be? The treaty blade. And the true one at that. None other. And I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to one who would defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Thou be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? Ah, thank you to rest my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystal heard Greg's heartful plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Alachia, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove to be so easy a task. And yet I trust you will not shirk from your challenge. Aye, Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor Keep. "'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? If you'd claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies!" "2 against 1? That's not very gentlemanly of you. Greg! Come, Alachia, to Amdapor!" This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man can summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Oh, but of course. I'd near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Alachia, you're our only hope to slay the primal and claim the blade. Methinks a trial is at hand. Is that you, Alachia? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together we will claim the treaty blade from that knave, Alachia. Yes, just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. Oh. Two minutes? Cool. I will. I'm actually pretty good. I don't need to use restroom. My bladder has not yielded yet. It's really weird. There's no music here. Cool. Let's do this. Two healers. We should have insta-queued. Maybe I should have queued as my warrior. Have you done this one already? I would imagine so. Oh, death mouse. I thought that was a dormouse. No, I'm my goal is to fill up your inventory. I'll destroy everything in here until the cube pops in hopes of decimating your inventory space. Although actually I don't know how many retainers you have. Apparently everyone has more than 2. Yeah, this is probably one of the longest I've waited for a queue. Yes! At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Ndiku shall come to enjoy our tussle as much as I. You, however, might not be able to find this one so enjoyable, lest you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! I always keep things for crafting purposes. And that's why I end up with everything. Me? Run away? Huh. But I was seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my something other. But enough exposition. Now we fight like men and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh. It is transmorgifying time. You have some skill, I give you that. The mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you. By which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Oh, wow. Wow, they started already. It's definitely you who pulled Mori. I know it. To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. The treaty blade, too, I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled pursuance. I got a chicken, though. Oh, I didn't know you wanted it. Oh, shit. Damn. Might be able to trade it, though. We'll see. Nah. Haha, I lied again. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, not save the strongest something other. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as the day follows the night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own, till we meet again. Well, ho, Alachia. Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won. That is triumphant news, indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies somewhere in the nearby wood. Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Wait, they drug them all the way over here as prisoners? Alachia, what news of the primal and the treaty blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship. At once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Sildea. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I would have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Azima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, the safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that. I swear unto you. Then, my word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous! Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it! It won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Skyward ho! Well, I dare say to be proved to be the most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of injustice that shone from the treaty blade vanished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector! Oh, Inspector! Wait for me! Balls. Hildy, first you almost die at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to the gods, nowhere without giving her a kiss goodbye. Ho ho! It appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, Sildine's incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old, after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and he still managed to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end, the bloody bastard. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye. A curious scent, wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends. For wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildebrand, and it wouldn't even let me finish reading. Oh wow, what do I get here? Most gentlemanly emote. I mean, isn't that basically flex, though? I mean, except for, let's see, isn't flex like? I guess it's pretty much it's flex without the little extra zing to it. Yep, it's just the extra zing that's added. Oh, I can't trade it. Damn it. Oops. Did I do that? Oh. What? No. Make me go bend into this. Alright. So, does that mean I did it? Is that literally... Okay, I guess I can go see if that actually unlocked the quest for me. Oh, that took a really long time. So I have to go to Kagane to pick up the next the next Hildebrand quest line? Yeah, it may not open up till after base. At least I haven't seen anyone, but then again, I haven't finished this quest line, so I wouldn't have. Okay, I'm hoping that this means I've unlocked this quest here. Yes! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my dear miss, how fare you these days? Can't say business has been well myself. As you're aware, the church is a bit of turmoil, and is taking a toll on my profits. Unrest is understandable, yet there are many who are using the confusion to take out their anger on my best customers. Now, I'm not one to get mixed up in politics, but the students of the Scholasticate pay good gill for tomes and feathered quills. One maid requests that I won't oblige in order to keep coin flowing. On behalf of her peers, she told me some disagreeable folks have been following seminarians back to the cathedral, hurling all manners of insults, easily singled out by their uniforms. They don't feel comfortable walking out in the open these days, and that includes around the Crozier. If you're inclined to keep an eye out for those who would try to harass the students, I'd ask you make a round near the road to St. Ramoud's Cathedral. If you see anyone starting trouble, do what adventures you best. You know, break it up. Keep the peace. Look intimidating. This is a quest where I was trying to get this coat. It's like kind of like a uniform, scholastic uniform coat. And this is back when I was kind of started doing glamours and figuring out the glamour stuff. And then I ran into a head where I was trying to do that guy's quest line, and they were like, we would not continue. And I was like, what the hell's going on? Why won't it continue? And then it turns out you have to do the Hildebrand quest lines first in order to open it up. Our lives are hard enough without some fresh-faced seminarian rubbing salt in our wounds. Will your precious words repay us for what we've lost? Will they bring back the dead? No, of course not. But as a pupil of the Scholasticate, I cannot forsake the teachings. If you give me the book back, I'm certain I can show you the proper passages to provide succor in your time of... How dare you! As if lies in this book will keep us warm at night. Better to destroy it than be destroyed by it. Sir, I absolutely cannot allow you to take that particular tome. Come back. Is he really going to? Oh no. You're an adventurer, aren't you? Please, will you help my friend get his tome back? We were on our way back to the Scholasticate when the man accosted us. It has become an unfortunate occurrence these days, but this is the first time someone went so far as to make off with one of our books. Democent may well mean well, but I fear he will get caught up in a lot more trouble if they outnumber him. I'll go and get help. Yeah, it was really weird that this would be locked behind a Hildebrand quest, like having finished that first. It's very strange. Lift with your knees, man. Maybe it's... Oh, there it is. Well, what have we here? Any ideas on what to do with these two, Ben? Ben, is that you? My goodness, what are the chances of meeting at a time like this? Please, I would appreciate if you would ask your friend to produce the tome he has taken from me. Well, Democent, it's been a while. Careful now. I was in the mood for some light reading, but if you and your friend so much as take a step, your precious tome goes up in smoke. Ah, The Parables of Saint Danaphin. I know this title. It's the one we read as children. I recall Father Choiset gave you his own copy before you left the broom for your higher learning. And you know how much it means to me. I made a promise to keep it, its lessons dear to my heart, and I've kept it with me ever since. All the more reason to burn it, to scatter the ashes in your dreams along with them. He taught us three the same. Why was I left to rot in this wretched place? Why not you or Lay? What made you two so bloody special? Put the book down, Ben, or I'll see you burned as well. Of all people, you'd best watch yourselves. The world is changing, and we won't listen to your lies anymore. I'll make sure of that. Sacrilegious bastard. He's been badly charred. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't get much out of it now. Worry not, Lay. I have already committed the entire text to heart. I'm just happy it has been returned to me. Typical. You shouldn't let him off the hook so easily, you know. Were not for that, I pity him. I'd hand him over to the Inquisitors without a second thought. You came to help, yes? Were not for you, I'm certain they would have turned their hatred towards me soon after. I wish I could pay you your services, but I'm afraid I live on a meager stipend, hardly enough for candles and ink. But if you'd be so kind as to tell me your name. Madam Queen, I'm sincerely grateful to you for your protection. I may not have much in the way of coin, but if you are ever in need of spiritual enlightenment, then you need look no further than the cathedral. Alone's blessing be upon you. What does one do with the smoldering tome of parables? Will they struggle to abide the lessons of its now blackened words, or rise from its ashes? This answer I eagerly await. Yeah, the coats do look, they're basically kind of like Harry Potter, except for they're pious students instead of students of wizardry and witchcraft. Hey, Billy. Also, guess what, Billy? I got real cheese today. Zixa bought me some. Nah, I haven't eaten it. Come on, give me my coat. You've returned, not a moment too soon. The student seems less anxious and business has returned to normal. I presumed you found who has been harassing them. Oh dear, not again. Where are the patrols when they are needed? They've been spread thin from what I hear. Fortunately, this lady was willing to lend a hand. I thank you for looking out for the well-being of our pupils. I am Sister Gatelle of St. Aldelim's Scholasticate. And might I ask your... Oh dear, I know your face. You're Madam Queen. The one who had a hand in revealing the true identity, the true history of the Holy See. What? By the... You mean to tell me I've been tasking the Madam Queen as my errand girl? You wouldn't be the first, Maith. And you accepted it with such grace. Alone herself could not have been arranged such a curious encounter. On the contrary, I believe our meeting is the product of intervention most divine. Madam Queen, if you'd be so inclined, I would like to take you to meet the headmistress of our humble Scholasticate. It's whatever. By your deeds was light shed on certain inconsistencies in Ishgard's history, and to a lesser extent the Church's teachings. Needless to say, the resulting controversy has strained the relationship between the people and the clergy. The foundation of our great city-state rests upon the wisdom of the Incurdian. Alas, the lowborn in particular have suffered greatly as a result of the erroneous interpretations. Some have even begun to wonder if all our precepts have been thus distorted. We of the Scholasticate are wont to reflect upon these revelations deeper than most. Although we live as scholars, we have grown complacent, accepting a single interpretation set forth by the Archbishop and his predecessors. Although we are openly reevaluating our teachings, our students continue to be targeted by those who feel they have been deceived. As you yourself have been no doubt seen, there are those who would rather purge the city of all clergy regardless of their guilt. But with you on our side, surely those miscreants would think twice before harming our students. Pray come and visit our halls. I am certain the students will be put at ease to see you again as well. Gosh. I must take my leave and return to the cathedral. Maith, it has been a pleasure. Madam Queen, I sincerely hope you shall consider my offer to meet with the headmistress. Alone's blessing be upon you both. What's this? Oh, so this is a continuation of Hildebrand quest. I'm not ready to continue that yet. That is going to be for another day. Actually, what if she sends me to Kugane? No. No, I'm in Ishgard, so this is Heavensward area. I'm trying to get this coat, which apparently is locked behind so many freaking quest lines. Wait, where do I go here? Madam Queen, yes. Sister Gatel was hopeful you would come and visit. She awaits you inside. Madam Queen, welcome to the Scholasticate. I appreciate you coming all this way, but I'm afraid the headmistress is not here at the moment. She has taken leave to rest. Forgive me, but I must ask you to meet with her another day. It truly is a pity, as I too was looking forward to her audience with you. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Father Bravagnon. I have heard much about you from Sister Gatel. In the headmistress's absence, I've been charged with tending to a myriad of administrative matters. While that would ordinarily constitute as simply waxing the seal to a pile of parchments, I have been forced to take a more hands-on approach. The deputy headmaster and I were just discussing a rather troubling event which occurred soon after our students encountered in the broom, and we fear it may be connected. Madam Queen, are you familiar with the statue of Saint Valerian, the one in the center of the forum? House Zemil stonemasons have been working on chiseling a new head, and one of our students has been tasked with overseeing their work. Unfortunately, the student has since reported that the piece has vanished from the artisan's workshop. Given that it has little monetary value, Father Brevignon and I cannot help but wonder if the culprit bears a grudge towards this student. Brereton, Consulting Inspector, at your service. Wait a minute. What? Oh, that's why it's locked behind Hildebrand. Alachia, what brings you here of all places? Don't tell me. You are the hero that the students have been murmuring about. I cannot say I am surprised. You are acquainted with my nephew, Madam Queen. I thought they looked alike. Yes, mine uncle. You could say our paths have crossed more than once. An idea occurs to me. Alachia is an adventurer of exceptional skill, in combat and in deduction both. Pray, allow me to appoint her as my assistant. No, associate. In my work here at the Scholasticate. A prolonged association is like to raise more than a few eyebrows, if not invite criticism. While I understand your concern, I am willing to trust Brereton's judgment. Madam Queen has shown nothing but compassion towards our students. At least permit me her company in ascertaining the piece's whereabouts. You may judge the value of our association afterwards. Very well, but no one is to speak of this to the headmistress. I will allow Madam Queen to accompany you, but only for the duration of the investigation. And for the love of the Fury, be discreet. Excellent. Come, Alachia. Our first course of action will be to question the student responsible for overseeing the statue's restoration. Alright, all makes sense now. Why that was tied to the Hildebrand questline. Madam Queen, a pleasant surprise to see you once more. Praise be to alone. So, you're asking me after the statue's piece. I made sure to lock the workshop door, so I don't understand how it could have been taken. But worry not. I take full responsibility and will personally see it returned. That won't be necessary. Inspector Brereton at your service. I'm told you were recently harassed by several ruffians in the Broom, and I suspect they may be responsible for this theft. What can you tell me about these men? Nothing, Inspector. I had never seen any of them before in my life. And besides, why would they want to steal the statue piece? It makes no sense. In any event, as I said, the responsibility is mine and mine alone. Now, if you would excuse me. Admirable sense of responsibility notwithstanding, he is clearly hiding something. Alachia, I think we may find our answers in the Foundation. While I make inquiries in the Broom, I ask that you keep an eye on the Forum. Many miscreants are wont to delight in their misdeeds, and this one may be drawn to the statue. Oh, actually. Oh, I'm very close to being out of tome. Is this the highest level? Actually, let's see. What's Happy Day, Billy? Oh shit, I can get the 270 gear now, right? Wait, no I can't. Yeah, I can. I'm 60. Oh, yeah. Okay. Grab that. And... oh, I didn't mean to try on. I meant to do item comparison. Oh, nope, I already have. Oh yeah, helm is definitely an upgrade. Luggage was lost for 2 months in Europe. It finally came back today. Oh my gosh. Wow. 2 months though. But I mean, that's amazing it came back. I've only had my luggage lost once. No, twice. Yep, twice. But I finally got it back like just a week later though, so it wasn't like 2 months. That's insane. Was everything still there? Didn't anyone take anything? Madam Queen, how did you... I suppose I should be honest with you. I am certain that the stolen piece is in that crate. I know you're helping the inspector, but I beg you, let me try to reason with Ben first. Ben, please return the statue piece, and all shall be forgiven. You do understand the consequences of what you are doing. Defiling a saint's monument is a serious crime. When Father Chussois reads us stories at the orphanage, you love the ones about Saint Volerant. Do you not wish to see the statue restored? Saint Volerant, an Asir dragoon who drew the great worm away from Ishgard. For all we know, that too was a lie. The Holy See and the bloody Highborn deceived us, Theo. They built their fortunes on our backs, but you would willingly believe those lies if it meant a chance for a better life for yourself. I knew you were in the behind this. You've been following Theo and me ever since we met in the broom. Oh, that's good. Nothing missing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That since the pandemic, they'd be losing a lot of luggage because of staff shortage. I'm even wondering how, like, the TSA has been keeping up with, like, all the security stuff and how they've been able to keep staff on hand, especially with a lot of people quitting, and I don't know. feel like the world's getting really messy. Especially as like the system in place that has been keeping us churning is kind of faltering. Be careful, Alachia. He's not going to give up without a fight. Wait, all of you. I still believe Ben will do what's right. There you go again, turning up your nose and spewing shite as if you're one of them. Don't you see? I am doing what's right. I'm ridding us of these false heroes. Bah, keep your bloody head and your library and lessons filled with lies. Believe 'em if you want. You're just as bad as the rest. He is right to be angry. I dreamt of teaching our people to walk in Halone's grace, but when the scripture itself has been called into question, how am I to find my own way? Whatever should I do? Forge your own path. Wait, if they incinerate them in a month, how did yours survive? That's crazy. My own path? You mean interpret the scripture on my own? A different approach to our faith, to be sure. But mayhap you have the right of it. Forgive me, Ben, but I've come too far to give up now. If Halone's teachings have been distorted by man's hand, then by man's hand must they be redeemed. That's all well and good, but we won't change Ishgard by standing around in the snow. At least Ben left us the statue piece. We'd best return it before the prize peacock starts squawking to the deputy headmaster. Will you come too, Alachia? Oh, yes, I will. I'm sure he will appreciate your help in retrieving it. Which airline was it? It's very good that they stayed on top of it for that long. KLM. Trying to think if I've flown them before. I don't think so. Madam Queen, I see you've returned as well. Lay and Theomescent have just finished explaining to me what happened. I thank you for your help in resolving this matter swiftly. But there appears to be something missing, Alachia. Pray tell, what became of the suspect? Surely these two wish to seek justice for the theft? Those two will tell you naught, Inspector, for they are the culprits whom you seek. Allow me to shed some light on this troubling situation. As son of House Emil, it pained me to learn that our artisan's precious work has been spirited away. So I saw fit to conduct mine own investigation. I followed Lay at a distance, only to find him and his friend consorting with the culprits. Camaraderie among orphans of the broom is to be expected, but to steal a saint's head so that they may retrieve it to prove their merit. As such desperation that they would desecrate a tome in this manner, you would expect a seminarian to treat any holy text with the utmost care, even if they are but children's stories. Piss off, you priggish whoreson. Alachia was there. She'll tell you you're wrong. Enough. You will all conduct yourselves with decorum, as befits seminarians. Lay, we will discuss penance for your foul language anon. Father, Bravagnan, if I may, the next time the scholastic apportions work with the sacred monuments, pray entrust the task to me. I am certain the artisans of my house would be at ease knowing their work was in cleaner, more dependable hands. And as for my ignoble peers, if the comprehension of advanced scripture is still beyond you such that you require a tattered tome of children's lessons, then allow me to procure you a new copy with mine own coin. You need not thank me. House St. Mel provides itself on its charity to the deprived. Hey, Jeppy. I finally unlocked the ability to do this quest to get my coat. And I finally figured out why it was locked behind the Hildebrand quest line. My tome! If you would... Just how long are you planning to lie there? You're completely hopeless. I don't think their heads are disproportionately small, but these are Ellison, so they're gonna have longer, taller bodies because they're it's their race. But thank you, Blissey. Gah, this is what happens when you let them walk all over you. It'll be a miracle if we're not branded heretics by the end of this term. Lay, the innocent, consider this a warning. You were saved this time solely by Madam Queen's integrity and the grace of the Fury. But I will not return a blind eye if you continue to fraternize with the questionable company. The insurmountable wall between the highborn and the lowborn. I wonder, did our ancestors build it brick by brick, or was it fate which drove us apart? And where shall we go from here? Yes, the same quest that was started weeks ago. I finally finished the Hildebrand up to through Heaven's Word, so I was able to unlock it. And it in itself is a very long quest line. Oh my god. Madam Queen, I must apologize for the behavior of my students. They have been at each other's throats since the revelations came to light. As for your performance, you have surpassed my expectations, and I will allow you to assist Brereton in his work at the Scholasticate. Well done. If I may be so bold, uncle, though I have but arrived, and this is only case you have had me investigate thus far, I must say that I found it a rather waste of my talents. While theft is indeed a serious matter, I could not help but wonder if this was merely some pretense. Surely you have more pressing problem? As astute observation. I expected nothing less. There is indeed another matter I should discuss with you and your newly appointed associate. I had better start from the beginning. It would not do to involve Madam Queen with our affairs without first ensuring she possesses a proper understanding of how our seminary functions, and how we have been forced to change. You see, most men and women of the cloth go on to live fulfilling lives as pastors, academics, and poets. However, those who graduate from the Scholasticate with the highest marks are given an opportunity to serve in the vault, and perhaps one day rise to prominence. The stakes are quite high for those who seek such prestige, for they know full well that their academic performance may determine their future. It is they who strive for the top 3 seats that are granted the Scholasticate's official endorsement, the Trinity. And so those who wish to guide Ishgardian's faithful spend their days accumulating marks through academic pursuits, while at the same time honing their skills to persuade others to share their interpretations of Scripture. Up until now, it has resulted in no more than an occasionally lively debate, for the Holy See was ultimately responsible for dictating doctrine. Ranking was naturally determined by one's familiarity with said doctrine. However, in the light of recent events, that is no longer an option. Simply put, we cannot currently assess our academic performance in the traditional manner, as a significant portion of the curriculum has been called into question. As a result, we've been forced to consider more subjective methods. And in this time of uncertainty, students are wont to lash out at their peers, whom they fear will exploit the interim system to their advantage. Distressing, I suppose, but what does this have to do with us? I require your unparalleled skills of observation and deduction. The only way to put an end to this bickering between students is to ensure beyond a shadow of a doubt that our interim evaluations are conducted in a fair and equitable manner. I ask you to stand as an observer until a new curriculum is decided. Our evaluation system is vulnerable. In other words, you want us to catch the cheaters. Precisely. Now then, I have received word that the headmistress has returned to her office in the cathedral. I would ask that you introduce yourselves. But there is something you should keep in mind when speaking with the headmistress, Elvain. She was appointed to her position by the former archbishop, thus her views on the curriculum are quite traditional. I would advise you discuss matters regarding the Holy See with the utmost care. This storyline is more interesting than all of what I've done in Stormblood. And it's a side quest. We have been expecting you. The headmistress awaits you within. I might be underdressed for the occasion. Headmistress Elvain, may I have the pleasure to introduce the individuals who shall be in charge of keeping order in the Scholasticate. This is Consulting Inspector Bearden and his associate, Alachia Queen. Alachia Queen. I must say, Father Bravonian, your selection are rather appropriate. We thank you both for your service in our time of need. I trust that Father Bravonian has briefed you on our humble seminary. Saint Endelim Scholasticate has produced Ishgard's finest clergy for centuries, including countless men and women who have served in the highest echelons of the Holy See, all of whom were spared a brutal death on the battlefield in service to a misguided war they perpetuated, or so some might be given to say. Indeed, some might, and they would not be entirely mistaken. For while we were wholly unaware of the deceptions perpetuated by our archbishops, we did unwittingly sustain it, to our sorrow. The idea that we willingly subjected them to false precepts is, of course, preposterous, a contrived fantasy. Nevertheless, some fervently believe it true, and these self-same individuals have come to view our instructors and students as targets for their misguided anger. It is paramount importance that we restore faith in the teachings. Yet how are we to regain the trust of the common man when our own seminarians are embroiled in childish quarrels? You refer to this tension regarding the interim evaluation system. Quite frankly, it is but one facet. Classes have also been suspended until we complete our own painstaking review of the curriculum. Some students have taken leave, while the more dedicated have taken it upon themselves to conduct independent work to demonstrate their merits. We cannot allow the situation to continue indefinitely. Graduation is approaching, and we must make our recommendations. But the senior class is divided. They know not how they will be evaluated. Rather, they understand how they will be evaluated, but have no faith that our methods will produce a fair result. A concern not without merit, I must confess. I too suspect that some may be driven to manipulate the interim system to their advantage. I expect some have already tried, but that is why we have brought in outside observers. Inspector Briardine, Alachia Queen, if anyone is engaging in unscrupulous behavior, I should have it brought to the end at once. May the Fury guide you in your task. Now then, before we proceed, might you both tell us a little about your students, Father? My apologies. I am Father Saturnor. In addition to teaching the fundamentals of Hellenic polity, I also oversee fundraising for the stipends of the underprivileged students. While I would like to help you, I think my opinion would not do them justice. I was just getting to know them yourselves. I feel the same. The way in which people speak in front of their instructors is not the same as amongst themselves. In my 10 years of counseling, they have minded their etiquette and are not but cordial to me. However, I can recommend one of my students who is quite vocal. Mayhap you try speaking with the dormitory prefect, Arcombaden. Given his closeness to the students' social affairs, he may also be able to help you insight into what they talk about. Give you insight. Arcombaden. Ah, yes, the silver-haired boy. A son of House Semil, as I recall. We shall heed your suggestion, Sister Gattel, given his duty and status. My eyes are starting to go cross-eyed. So tired. I'm not tired. I'm just, my eyes are, I need a blink. Give me a second. Okay. Has no one ever told you that brandishing weapons is frowned upon in places of enlightenment? That is, unless Leia sent you to stir up more trouble. Rest assured that my associate inspector draws her armaments only to resolve troublesome situations, not create them. We merely came to ask of your well-being and your expectations for the future. Under the auspices of the headmistress, I am sure. Very well. L'Ambassadeur Le Bonfont of House Bonfont, in service to House Zamil, present to you Achmebaden de Zamil. Woo! As prefects for the Scholasticate dormitory, we are responsible for keeping the peace between our fellow seminarians. Oops. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not the foreigner who went to rather great lengths to expose the Archbishop's falsehoods? Responsible for the re-evaluation of the entire curriculum? Quite the resolution, that. And for what? Every great nation's history is marred by the sins of the past. Alamigo, Lilda, Limsa. Please, each was built on the foundation of lies and blood. Which is not to say we elites should not learn from their mistakes. We, who have served as the shepherds of the people for thousands of years, have a duty to maintain order through the preservation of tradition. Would a Wainwright cast aside his father's best cart when it has but a broken wheel? Indeed, Achmebaden and I have said as much to those who support a more radical approach. The last thing we need is young seminarians running about crying for reformation. I see. Both of you have been quite active in convincing the other students to see things your way. How have you fared? 'Tis hardly a daunting task. Many seek comfort in inconsistency. Sister Gattel has tasked us with bringing back the students who took leave. Why not let our results determine how persuasive we are? I thank you, gentlemen, for your cooperation, and wish you the best of luck with your efforts. Now then, Alachia, if these students are bringing back their taunt peers, there must be others who are doing the same. Let us split up and seek out the participants. Thanks, Billy. I mean, 10 hours just to get a coat. I mean, you talk about doing some crazy shit for loot, but damn. A new exotic flower graces us with her presence today. Well met, my dear. And what am I, chopped liver? He was looking at me until you showed up. Ah, I see. So you're helping Inspector Brereton. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Cremevoix de Mentigny. But you may address me simply by my first name. So what brings you to the pillars? Could it be that you're to observe how we go about convincing Trant seminarians to return? Then by all means, let me show you how it's done. I must admit, I find many of the other students rather intimidating. But thanks to Cremevoix, I am considered returning to the Scholasticate to resume my studies. We were just discussing the responsibility of the highborn to redress the imbalance. Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. So it was written in the volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity. Equal under her ever-watchful gaze. Ah, would that you graced our halls with your presence once more, that I might favour you with mine own gaze. I fondly recall seeing your lovely face always buried in that tome. Oh, Cremovois, you did notice. I thought to pen a lengthy treatise on it, but I could not make do once the volume vanished. Oh, so you've helped Maiths by searching for that tome. With how relevant the content has become these days, I suppose it's not surprising it would go missing. In any event, you convinced me. I will gather my things and return to the dormitory straight away. Wooing people back into the seminary. Yes, that is the way. One must seize the moment and act upon one's convictions. Life is but a fleeting, fragile thing. Wouldn't you agree, my dear? Well, I've done my part in guiding a little lamb back to the flock. And now to celebrate a well-deserved nap, I bid you both farewell. How many times do I have to tell you? This is not BDSM gear. Are you going to get on and make me my stuff, Jeppy? Also, I saw the glory of what you can be today in the Hildebrand quest of being the ultimate blacksmith. Huh. Oh, hello, Alachia. Lay and I were just about to visit our friends in the Foundation and try to convince them to return to their studies. It's been difficult since we aren't exactly held high in high regard right now. The dormitory prefects have made sure of that. We must do all in our power to motivate our friends to come back to the Scholasticate. Then we can strive for higher marks together. Right, and then we can convince our peers that we were just as worthy as the highborn in the clergy. They will welcome us with open arms, and all will be well in Ishgard. If Markmabaden and his cronies receive the Scholasticate endorsement, no one will ever listen to us. We can't let them take the Trinity. I'd rather not think of it that way, Lee. Let us focus on bringing back as many people as we can. Well, that's how Highborn are thinking about. Well, that's how the Highborn are thinking about it. The more vocal we become, the more they will see us as a threat. That's why we have to stick together. You also missed some really hilarious Hildebrand quests. They were pretty out there. Especially one section of them with a tentacled octopus creature that was a bit handsy. Right then, let us see how competitive these students truly are. It brings me joy to see so many of our brothers and sisters return to the Scholasticate. Sister Cattell, the floor is yours. Thank you, Akmabaden. Akambaden? I will announce how many of our stray sheep each student's persuaded to come home. Both Thea Messent and Leah Lei were able to bring back one student each. Jeanchette guided 2 back into our arms. Archambaddon and La Bochessois were each able to convince 3 students to return. The most of all, excellent work, all of you. What about the students Cremois convinced to return? Oh, this is true. Are we missing someone from the count? The girl you speak of has formally withdrawn from the Scholasticate. Apparently she was not all that enthusiastic about returning, as she had led Cremois to believe. Mayhap she chose to play along so that he would cease his harassment. Perhaps it was for the best. She rarely engaged her fellow students, instead choosing to sit alone and read the articles of the Hellenic polity. Given the recent revelations, I suspect she has become disillusioned with the faith. Strange you would say that, Lambersart. When I last spoke with her, Ulla was quite interested in the volume 11, equal under her ever-watchful gaze passage, one that you and your master would sooner pretend did not exist. If she were the victim of harassment, I rather expect it was at your hands. Are you implying that we had something to do with it, because we did not share her views? What rot! You dishonor yourself and your house with such baseless accusations. Rather you would, if aught remained of your house to dishonor. I yield, good sir, I yield. I lack the qualities the Honourable Lord Auchmubaden possesses, which enabled him to deliver such observations. Well, if Ulla has withdrawn, then I must mourn her departure by walking through the dormitory halls reciting excerpts from the volume 11. And how do you intend to do that? Volume 11 of the Articles of Hellenic Polity has been missing for some time now. The tomes themselves are inconsequential if one has taken the words to heart. How fortunate we are that the wisdom of our forebears is not so easily forgotten. Would you not agree? Such impudence, as befits a sick son. For his failings, his father was wise to send him away. At any rate, we are blessed that this handful of trunks have returned to us. Truly, it is ever the Fairy's will that we will overcome these trials and tribulations, and move forward with singular vision for the future. A student with keen interest in a controversial precept who withdraws without explanation. This seems rather odd to me as well. Mayhap it is worthy of our attention. Alachia, you were present when Cremois spoke with Ulla? So, she was indeed enthusiastic about returning to the Scholasticate. Then why did she instead decide to withdraw? Cremois all but accused Archambaddon of having a hand in it, as well as the disappearance of this volume 11. Not more than a slander spoken in anger, perhaps, but the situation does merit further investigation. We look forward to your results, Inspector. Mistress Queen, if I might have a word with you in private, pray meet with me near the plaza in the front of St. Ramon's Cathedral. Ramonod's Cathedral. Jeppy lives south of London. Thank you for coming, Mistress Queen. You're already acquainted with my two best students, the Amescent and Lee. They have sought my counsel in their quest to obtain the Trinity seats, and I have been more than willing to oblige them without desire to ensure that all students are given an equal opportunity. I am not blind to the machinations of the high-born students, after all. I know not what of Achmabaden and Lebrossois have said to you, but I advise that you weigh it carefully. You witnessed their treatment of a fellow high-born student, did you not? Then it should come as no surprise that they regard their low-born peers far more harshly, discriminating against with whatever means at their disposal. Those two believe that the less fortunate students lack the potential to become great clergymen. But if the Amescent and Lee can obtain the highest marks and secure their places within the Trinity through their hard work and virtue, then these misguided beliefs would be proved wrong. Even if we were to succeed, what difference would it make? Those who disagree will not be so easily swayed, and those who sympathize will be reluctant to speak out for fear of reprisal. Then you must find allies who are fearless, who do not flinch in the face of threats. Mistress Queen, have you come across any who fit that description? What about Cramois?
What about Cramois?
I thought so as well. He seems to treat everyone the same. And he defended Ulla's honor at the assembly. The highborn Letcher, who speaks out on sessions and can't even stay awake for the ones he attends? Theo, are you daft? If he decided to help us, I wouldn't even want it. No need to dismiss him out of hand, Lay. As the Theomescent said, he spoke out openly against Achmabaden and Lebrossois on behalf of Ulla. He might be willing to do the same for you two. Look, I'll help with finding others, but you're on your own with Cramois. Very well, Mistress Queen. Will you accompany Thermescent? One cannot be too careful, especially with the rise of assaults in the clergy. Thank you. I am certain we can find him in the pillars in his usual spot. All right, you crazy kids. Let's get your school in order so I can get my coat and go to bed. I thought he would be more receptive to my appeal, but instead he seems rather annoyed. Can't you and Freckles see we're busy? Let us be. Freckles, you certainly have a way with words. My dear, she's quite right, you know. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Cramois, please, will you not help our cause? I believe us to be like-minded individuals. Those who desire a new path for the church, one based on the principles of... So earnest and forthright. How adorable. I can hardly resist pinching those soft, supple cheeks. Oh, for the love of... Come, darling, let us go somewhere that will afford us privacy. An offer that I dare not refuse. Good luck with, whatever it is that you're about, Freckles. He's gone. No, I cannot give up. The future of the church depends on us. I was not given an opportunity to explain it full, so I will not leave his side until he hears me out. Hey, I know this thug. What you wearing? Blacksmith goggles. Now, let's not get too hasty. I'm sure we can resolve this matter peacefully. Agreed. So long as you don't try something stupid and give me cause to cut his throat. Did I not tell you I was preoccupied? Yet there, take Freckles and get out of here. Ooh. Please, release him at once or I'll summon the watch. Don't you dare. The affairs of House Mantigny are none of your concern. She demands recompense. And rightly so. If I must pay with my life, then so be it. I will not allow it. Oh, do not look so glum. If I must look upon your freckled face before I send to Halone's halls, I'd rather you favored me with a smile or some such. Father's sins are mine alone to bear now, mine alone to answer for. Perhaps in death our house shall at last be redeemed. If it is recompense you desire, then you shall have it, but not with his life. The theory gives not those who kill fellow man for their wanton purpose. Permit him to address your grievances with coin, and you may have your justice without sin. Furthermore, I offer myself to you as a hostage in his place, that he might be free to secure sufficient ransom. Have you gone mad? I told you, this is none of your... I will not abandon such a pious soul, one who shares my desire to make the world a better place. We are not so different, Cromvois. We have the chance to make amends for the sins of our fathers, to make Ishgard whole again. I cannot do that without you. You really are something else, making bloody speech about changing the world at a time like this. I offer the wealth of House Mantigny as ransom. If the lady agrees to these terms, then I will go and retrieve it at once. I'll take her silence as a yes. Now, then come. I've always wanted to tie someone up. We will have to travel to my family's old estates in the Western Highlands to retrieve your ransom. I presume you will wait here until I return. For now. But if you do not come back quickly, with a great deal of money besides, this one's life is forfeit. Is that clear? Quite. As for you, Freckles, do not do anything else reckless. Mistress Queen, I must ask you to come with me. It would not do to go through all this trouble only to be waylaid by bandits on the way back. Let us make haste. Wait, you should have came on over here. He would have tied you up for free. How much longer will this take for me to get my coat? Please let it be soon. Forgive me, my family's fortune is buried not far from here, but I would rather retrieve it alone. Pray remain here a moment and keep watch for the bandits and wild beasts. Ah. Hata! Oh, these are 60. I'm at level. Oh, crap. There we go. Uh-huh. Yeah. Take that. Take that. And that. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And that, yeah. And then you take this and that. I have what we came for. Now then, let us pray Freckles is still alive and well. Hey, it's Mori. It's Amore. Oh, wait. It's over to the left here. about time. I'm freezing, and half mine to skin this one to keep warm. Now then, hand it over. Here you are, the entire fortune that was bequeathed unto me. Share it with your people as recompense, starting with the families of the bereaved. On behalf of House Mattini, I am truly sorry. Theo, fury forfend. What have you gotten yourself into this time? I swear, I'll leave you alone for but a moment. I was never in any danger, Lee. I prayed to the Fury, and by her hand was Crombois returned to me. I am terribly sorry to have involved you in my personal affairs. I should have known that the lies of my family would not be enough to sate the small folk's thirst for vengeance. Think nothing of it. I too lost my father, so if you ever need to speak about it, you can confide in me as a friend. My father sought to curry favor with the Holy See, and so he raised a great levies to send to the front lines. Honor was his prize, but it was bought with the blood of his subjects, and eventually his own. The small folk had come to resent his demands for service, and when the truth of the war was revealed, they revolted. The mob overran the manor guard, and my father and 5 brothers perished at their hands. Had I not been sent away, I would surely have died with them. Our fortunes have grown poor following the calamity, you see, and since I was the youngest, father bid me leave to take my own way. So I enrolled in the scholasticate, with hopes of becoming a bishop, to bring honor to myself and my house. But now... No, there is no use dwelling on what could have been. We must look to the future and do what we can to make Ishgard whole again. Every moment is sacred, and you helped me see that. Theo, consider me your friend and ally. Well said, Crombois, well said. Together, you may yet bring the lasting change. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Without the endorsements of the scholasticate and the support of our peers, no one will listen to us. What's more, I still haven't heard anyone explain how we're supposed to get seats on the Trinity. Ishgard wasn't built in a day, Lee. Besides, still, we have plenty of time to work something out. See? I knew he wouldn't take this seriously. Calm yourself, Lee. Keep an open mind. Now let us return to discuss our next course of action. Oh, I nearly forgot. Inspector Brereton was looking for you at the cathedral. He wished to speak with you regarding his investigation, I believe. Well then, my associate, Have you anything to report? A former subject of House Mutini, demanding recompense for misdeeds of Cremoi's father. How fortunate that the situation was resolved peacefully. My investigation has been less productive, unfortunately. I thought to speak with Ulla and the students who withdrew from the Scholasticate, but I cannot find her anywhere. The same must be said of the infamous Volume 11, which contains passages extolling the virtues of equality. Like the girl, it has vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding these incidents suggest deliberate intent. Someone may be attempting to turn this tenuous state of affairs to their advantage. But if so, then to what end? For 1,000 years, a sickness has ravaged our city. It has festered within the hearts and minds of our citizens, and in our clergy especially. Treating it will be a long and arduous process, but an altogether necessary one. Our role in that process is clear, to diagnose the root of the Scholasticate's ailments. If there are malicious forces at work, when it is our duty to see justice done, then it is our duty to see justice done. Yes, these coats better have 1,000,000 gil in the pockets. I agree. In time of unrest, when the light of truth was lost to the righteous, the children looked to one another for guidance, that they might walk in something. Ah, if it isn't my trusted associate, back from the field. As you will doubtless have seen you for yourself, change is sweeping throughout Ishgard, and the veil which was once threatened to smother the hearts and minds of our people is slowly but surely being lifted. 'Tis as if our fair city has been born anew, and it is in large part thanks to you, which is not to say our problems have come to an end. No, the silent struggle between the low-born and the high-born goes on, growing more fictitious by the day. I have come to believe that someone, somewhere, is fanning the flames of the hatred to further their own ends, and I'm convinced, now more than ever, that Ulla's sudden disappearance, alongside that of the volume 11 of the Articles of the Hellenic Polity, is no mere coincidence. Both she and it, after all, were passionate advocates of equity among men. As to who is responsible, and what their true intentions might be, I cannot say. Ascertaining these things will no doubt require that we first find the missing girl, and as of this moment our best hope of learning her whereabouts may rest in this discovery, the fate of the book. As such, I shall continue my search of the clue, which might lead us to the missing tome. In the meantime, I ask that you trouble the students for any information they might have on Ulla. Failing that, find out if they have witnessed any unusual circumstances around the Scholasticate. Anything at all. Well then, let us be about it. I'm losing it. Ooh. My goodness. My goodness. Lacey has been so distracted lately. I'm lucky if I can get a simple good morning from her. Ever since Ula left, she's been rushing about the city like a madwoman, looking for any information she can to find the girl, that she might have had an excuse to talk to Theomissant. The only real unexpected change I've seen late in Lie's attitude towards Cremivois. He really seems to have warmed to him. Why, he even went as far as to initiate a conversation the other day. He spoke to me, 'tis true, but 'twas not out of fondness. He merely hates me very slightly less than he values Ula's safe return. One of the seniors told me she's been diagnosed with something called Shudder Lungrot, that she's too weak to attend any of her classes. Thinking back, I did hear her coughing from time to time, but I had no idea it was something so serious. How many times must I say this? Ula was not coerced into leaving, nor was she abducted, nor did she die from fictitious disease. She was quite the scholasticate of her own free will, reasons known only to her and the theory. Really, is it so difficult to understand? The lesson of Volume 11 seemed to resonate deeply with Ula. She would oft stay up in the small hours reading and rereading them. Mayhap they spurred her to steal away in the night and take up with the revolutionaries. Welcome back, Mistress Queen. What a pleasant surprise it is to see you. How might I be of service to you this day? Theomissant. In the wake of Ula's withdrawal, he and Lay have devoted their every waking moment to tasks her uncovering of her whereabouts. They are quite adamant that the girl must be found and persuaded to resume her studies here. As a matter of fact, they approached me earlier today to beg leave to travel to Gorgine Mills, claiming that a trip there would yield the information they needed to accomplish their aim. No sooner had I granted their request that they rushed off. Such compassion and eagerness to serve others is a rarity even among the clergy. I cannot tell you how proud I am of what fine young men they have become. Where are you boys about now? Oh my goodness. Out here. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Grab a snack. Got my fake nachos here. So good. Oh. Yummies. Yes, with the real cheese. Life is good. Yeah, I can show it real quick. Not much light. Turn down. See? Sorry, I don't mean to be eating nachos at this grave. I'm hungry. Alachia, is it really you? That we should be reunited thus amid the snowy peaks of Kirthis is nothing short of a miracle. I sense the hand of the divine work alone has answered our prayers. Theo, Alachia has no idea what you're talking about. By all means, explain, but do it slowly and from the beginning. My apologies. Excitement got the better of me. Alachia is the resting place of Father Chassois, the man who found room in his heart for the two waifs from the street, granting them opportunity to rise above their station in life. Do you perchance recall a book that was stolen from Theo and burned by that lost soul we once thought as a brother? It was one of the last mementos we had of that man. Now, all that's left to remind us of him is this place. Indeed. And while we often come here to seek solace and guidance in his place, in his blessed presence, today our purpose is more practical. With our search for the Ula at an impasse, we had hoped he might grant us inspiration. And that is why I believe our meeting with you here is indeed in our hour of need, is a sign from above. Mayhap the work of Father Chassois himself. I take from this that we are not meant to bear this burden alone, and the obstacles we face can be surmounted by working in concert with the others. Ulla's disappearance has thrown the scholasticate into turmoil, and the long simmering mistrust between those of the noble and ignoble birth has boiled over into outright hatred. Now more than ever, we must seek to join hands with the like-minded souls who understand this. Malice will only serve to sow further discord. Like-minded souls, such as yourself. I am reminded of the words of volume 11 of the Articles of the Hellenic Polity. Of the Father Fury's love with all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. We must strive to love our neighbors, even as we love ourselves, just as Helene does. To do so otherwise is to defy her will. Yes, and while we surely will be rewarded for our tolerances, the high-born bastards who would sooner pretend the passage doesn't exist won't be so lucky. Why, they may even find themselves on the receiving end of her spear for everything they put us through. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Well, still haven't found a single clue as to Ulla's whereabouts. Fear not, Lay. With Alachia at our side, I have faith that we shall find her, and that she will soon retake her rightful place at the hallowed halls of St. Aldamal's Indolum's Scholasticate. I hope you're right. At any rate, we've done what we came to do, and so there's no point freezing our asses off out here. Until we meet again, Alachia. Mistress Queen, I trust you're able to find the Amosant. And Lay? Thanks, whoever dealt with that. I couldn't get it to work on my phone. I see. Yes, the two of them have always shared a special bond with Father Chassois. One that only seems to have grown stronger with his passing. It is encouraging to see that they have taken their lessons to heart and continue to work so fervently for the good of their fellow students. I fear, however, that a dark and treacherous path lies ahead of them. I only pray that when the time comes, they are ready for whatever challenge awaits. Mistress Queen, just the woman I was hoping to see. I am sorry to say that I am rather disturbing. I heard say that a rather disturbing rumor has been circulating around the Scholastic of late, one which claims that Archbaden arranged for Ula to be taken away. That the boy's scorns for those who favor different interpretations of the scriptures I do not deny, but I labor to believe he would go so far to encourage in such conduct would risk not only his own position as prefect, but the very honor of House Emile, both of which mean a great deal to him. Regretfully, no one seems to know whence these ridiculous rumors came. They could only be concocted by anyone, and for any number of reasons. In any event, with much still unsure what to make of Ula's sudden withdrawal, these wild accusations are only served to deepen the divide between our seminarians. At this rate, I fear others may decide they no longer wish to remain at the Scholasticate, and so I'd be most grateful if you would consent to investigate this matter. Should you oblige my request, I suggest you begin by speaking with Labossois. I am told he has spent the last few days looking into Ula's activities prior to her departure, like with the intent to absolve Akmabaden of suspicion. Sit down here. No, I don't think so. I'm so confused. Where am I supposed to be going? Nope. Yeah, bed. No shit. Can't believe just me getting a coat. It's gonna be like a two-parter. Ridiculous. This get these kids cleaned up, get my coat, and go to bed. Sheesh. Is this who I need to talk to? No. Is it? No. Ah, here we go. Let me guess. You caught wind of the rumor and thought you would come to investigate, yes? Well, I'll have you know that Archmaiden is innocent. He has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with any of this. This is nonsense. I've known him since childhood. While he might occasionally seem somewhat high-handed, mayhap even callous, he would never do anything to harm anyone. If that is not enough, there's also the fact that in the days and weeks prior to Ulla's disappearance, I was not out of his company for more than a few moments. He could not possibly have committed the crime of which he is accused without my knowledge. Whoever orchestrated all of this clearly planned for the blame to fall squarely on his shoulders. That much is certain. Yet numerous as enemies of House Emil are, I struggle to think of who would resort to something so underhanded. Unless it was the girl herself, don't you see? What better way to besmirch the good name of one's Ishgard's most foremost houses and win over your peers than to vanish and later spread rumors that he was somehow responsible and then go and plant that is to say, oh, by the Fury, I pray I'm not making a mistake. But first, I would have you swear to tell no one but the inspector what I'm about to reveal. I stumbled across this Volume 11 at the Articles of Hellenic Polity. It had been conspicuously placed in the Archmaiden's dormitory room, with Ulal's favorite bookmark tucked between its pages. I need hardly tell you what would happen if people were to learn of this. 'Tis but a mercy that I chanced upon it, and not one more credulous. However, now that we have deduced who the perpetrator is, it should be simple enough to restore Archmaiden's reputation. All we need to do is prove she and her revolutionary friends are responsible. Were I braver and more foolish man, I would march down to the broom and demand answers. But you, a blessed hero with the strength of 100, need not fear for your well-being there as I do. You are my only hope. Please, I beg of you, take the book and use it to find the girl and prove those foul rumors false. Ah, Alachia, you've returned. Please tell me your inquiries have been more fruitful than mine own. This is the missing volume. However, did you find it? So, Le Brossois believes that Ulla, or one of her revolutionary friends, planted it in Archimeden's room as part of an elaborate scheme to defame House des Mille. I continue to be amazed by what ridiculous conspiracy these children can convince themselves are true. As if the future of this guardian society shall be shaped by actions of some few ambitious seminarians. Anyway, I will allow that she may have been consorting with others who supported Reformation, and were she persuaded to engage in rebellious acts, the dormitory prefect would be an ideal target. Alternatively, Achmebeden was so arrogant and careless that he thought nothing of leaving incriminating evidence in plain sight. He would hardly be the first. Needless to say, the speculation will avail us not at this juncture. First, I must see what I can learn from this book. In the meantime, I would have you go and speak with the people of the Broom. See what they know, anything about Ulla, where she might have gone, whom she might have visited, and so forth. Failing that, keep your ears open of news of unusual happenings. One can never be too well informed. I'm gonna freeze my tits off before I get this coat, man. You're not about to ask me to do you a favor, are you? Forgive me for being suspicious. But just the other day, a man draped from head to toe in fine silks approached me, all nervous and twitching. He tossed a purse at my feet, saying the gill in it was mine for the taking. All I had to do was head up to the crozier and buy him a couple of phials of cough syrup. Tempting as it was, I wasn't about to risk getting involved in somebody's shady schemes, so I told him to piss off, and that was it. Leave me be. I've got nothing to say to the likes of you. What was that? You think I might have helped kidnap some highborn girl? God's sakes. You and them mustn't make a fine pair, you two. Acting all high and mighty, pretending you care. The only time you come around is when you're looking for someone to blame. Sorry to disappoint you, but we've nothing to do with Ulla's disappearance. If you ask me, you'd have better luck harassing those blue bloods and the pillars. After all, they know better than anyone how to deal with inconveniences, eh? Can I get in this way? No, you're not going to let me get in this way. Of course you're not. Why would you? Why would you? Okay. I distinctly recall telling you once that my patrons appreciate their privacy. Still, I know you wouldn't ask if it weren't important, so this time I'll oblige your curiosity. This hasn't got anything to do with that missing girl of mine, but a few days back. This sworn fellow comes and pays his tab in full. A surprising development, as I'd long since written it off as a loss. Coming to money, he says, and has been mine to settle his debts. Pleased as I am by his change in fortunes all the while, I'm wondering who he left bleeding in an alley to get that much gil at once. Excellent timing, Alachia. I have findings to share. While Ula's bookmark suggests that the volume 11 was within her possession at some point, it does not tell us when the point might have been. With this in mind, I decided to pay a visit to the seminary library. Sure enough, her signature was in the logs, indicating that she was the last person to have borrowed the tome. I compared the handwriting to samples from her old assignments, to be sure, and found no irregularities. One might argue that this supports Labrasseur's theory, but it is far from conclusive evidence. I suppose you cannot use those vaunted powers of yours to grant us vision of the past and spare us further hardship? I thought not. Then we shall rely on more traditional methods. So what came of your inquiries in the broom? Do tell. Nothing, but is to be expected, is it not? Again, I reminded how ridiculous the two scenarios present us to purporting grand conspiracies truly are. It is not more likely that both a girl and the Archmaiden are innocent of wrongdoing. We must continue searching for more clues. Even the most insignificant tidbit may be all it takes for us to piece this puzzle to fall into place. Seeing how reluctant some of the citizens were to answer your questions, I believe it best for me to take over the investigation in the broom. As for you, yes, I am given to understand that Blasé and her friends have been conducting their own investigation. Though I am loath to admit it, given the fact that they were seminarians, I should not be surprised if they have noticed something we overlooked. You may as well go and see what Blasé has learned. If you cannot find her at the Scholasticate, I can imagine someone can point you in the right direction. Oy vey. Oh, with both working to bring back Ula back, the Amessin and Blasé have had good reason to spend a great deal of time together. These past few days they've been running around the city making inquiries. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're up to today. Hasn't she been following their message around like a lost puppy these past fortnight? Find him and you'll probably find her. That's what I say. I don't know how he puts up with it, frankly. I suppose that, unlike some of the seniors, he's simply too kind for his own good. Of course I don't know where she is. While I may be in charge of the dormitory, it is not my responsibility to hold seminarians' hands or wipe their asses. As you should well know, in light of recent events, Hucklebaden has not the luxury to concern himself with such trivialities. Blase, I haven't seen her all day. I expect she'd gone out with her friends to look for Ulla. I still don't understand why they bother. The girl's probably off gallivanting with heretics and revolutionaries. Even if they find her, I doubt she'll want to return. That is a question I, too, would like to know the answer to. It feels as though we haven't spoken in ages. I did, however, overhear some of the other seminarians said that they saw the Omniscient and the Ark of the Venerable. If so, Blase is certainly to be close by. You startled me. I'm here for Ulla's sake. Lest you wonder, this is all part of my investigation, I swear. Wait, you're not a seminarian? And yet you seem so familiar. I know, you're my brother's associate. To whom might you be referring? My apologies, Mistress Alachia. With all the stories I've heard from Briarden about you, I've forgotten I have yet to introduce myself. I'm Blase, Briarden's younger sister. A pleasure to meet you. So, he sent you to see what I've learned. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all morning questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passerby, and they told me absolutely nothing of interest. I recorded their statements for good measure, but quite honestly, it was a waste of ink and paper. Blase, what are you doing here? Fancy meeting you here. I was just taking a moment to review these testimonies I had taken and thought to, but of course, you then thought to come and share your findings with us. Yes, that's it. While it might be a bit much, I wanted to make sure I did not omit a single word. By the fairy, Blase, This is over 100 films long. I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organize all of this information. It's incredibly heartening to know that there are others as dedicated as us to seeing Ula's return. Now, let's have a look, shall we? Investigation log entry: Master of Ishgardian Markets, Mistress Alachia. Problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. Investigation log entry 2. House for Tom Stewards, Honoroy. I cannot guarantee that this news will be the greatest interest to you and yours, but a 12-point proposal from the Reformation of the Inquisition has recently been tabled by Lord Arturel in the House of the Lords. Investigation entry log 10. Weaponsmith Albert. Ever since the Blue Bastard and his lapdog put an end to the war, profits have been plummeting. I've had to sell my best stock for a fraction of its worth just to make ends meet. Investigation log 21. Cavalry must know. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye on our foolish... God damn it, Theo. That's enough. None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Now, don't you think you're being a bit too hasty? We've not even gotten to the third way through. We may yet learn something of value. Let's not dismiss Blazy's hard work out of hand. Thank you, Theo, for your kind words. I'm glad you think it may be of use. Fine. Let's briefly entertain the thought and say that something in these notes will help us find Ula. How exactly do you propose that we determine what it is? Lay. We needn't do a thing. For though we may lack the skill to discern the relevant from the mundane, a certain inspector we know and love is dab a hand at such things, no? But of course, Inspector Briardine. Brilliant idea. Cramvois, Alachia, if you would take this scroll to him and see what he can make of it. I doubt he can even make heads or tails of this rubbish. In any event, it's out of our hands. We should continue our search. We meet again. Doubtless you have much to share. I now do. Do you recall Gibrilon's patron who recently paid off his debts, and the gentleman attempting to attain cough syrups? Upon further investigation, it turns out that they share one astoundingly similar facial feature. a pale raised scar running from the top of their left cheekbone to the jaw. He is now rumored to be living as a traveling merchant, though where he goes and what he sells, no one can say. We shall find out in due time, but enough of my discoveries. What have you learned? By the Fury, this is longer than some scripture. She has compiled it all in less than a single day, you see. Remarkable. Investigation Day Log Entry 1. Master Ishgardian Markets. Mistress Elaize. Problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, back started giving me trouble again, and I've to hobble from place to place. On the other hand, the crozier has seen increased trading oils, furs, and other goods folks begin to crave when it grows cold. So that, in regard, I can't complain. Investigation Log Entry 13. Purveyor of Sundries. Pastivant. The other day, there was this one fellow who wanted to purchase robes for a young woman. A merchant, he said. But I've never known one who couldn't be bothered to haggle. Not that I minded, of course. Investigation Log Entry 21. Cavalry. Mastino. I've barely enough time to fill my customer orders, much less keep an eye on a foolish girl getting themselves into trouble. Now, if you would excuse me, I must really be getting back to it. I'm expecting several regular customers any minute. Investigation Log Entry 47. Apothecary Pian. Master No has brought my whole stock of cough syrups every day for the past week. Passing strange, needless to say, I followed him and found that he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people, I tell you. A gentleman procuring cough medicines through a third party. A story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? A man with questionable past, recently come into wealth and playing at being a merchant, who so happens to travel with a young girl prone to fits of coughing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Alachia? The medicine is key, so it's Peen we must watch. Nope. Perhaps not. It seems to me that Master No appears to be colluding with our man. In time, you may come to understand how I reached this conclusion, but first, we must pay a visit to his stall. My God, am I anywhere near? Does it just keep going and going and going and going and going? Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I'm inclined to believe that he will come to the crozier sooner rather than later, to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, Alachia. We must follow the trail while it is still fresh. he comes this way to purchase food and medicines from the Mestino, as frequently as Blaise's notes indicate, we shouldn't have long. Alachia, over there. That scar. Those robes. That's our man. A pleasure to see you again, sir. The usual? Aye, and don't forget the you-know-what. Hurry, Alachia. We mustn't let him out of our sight. La, la, la. I might be losing it, 'cause it's so late and I can't think straight, and I'm losing things about myself. It's getting crazy. Where am I going? 6 hours and 40 minutes of reading quest texts will really fuck you in the head. Hey, Briardane. What's up? Our suspect just passed through the Ark of the Worthy, where there are like to be fewer people. Take care not to be spotted. Just following this baby to getting somewhere. I don't know. Where am I going? Camp Dragonhead. Okay. Gonna fly to Dragonhead, where I am needed for this quest which shall not finish ever. Never, ever finish. It will go on and on and on. It would appear our suspect is not alone. He has a guard with him. I should like very much to know the contents of that carriage. Keep them distracted while I sneak past, will you? Approach them and announce you are here to conduct a surprise inspection. You undoubtedly command their full attention for a sufficient amount of time. Are you ready? Very good. Just gonna click on my destination without hesitation. Oh, I'm supposed to hit the words. Say inspection. Inspection? What in the seven hells are you on about? You're no temple knight. You've no right, unless... I trust the goods have been properly secured and the carriage is ready for a quick getaway, if necessary. Right then. Where were we? Oh, yes. We will not be consenting to your inspection. Now kindly piss off. Damn it, boy. What are you doing? My apologies, sir. I thought I saw a movement back around. Maybe I should go and check. Idiot! Can't you see this goon is intent on starting a fight? Take care of her first, and conduct your checks after. As for you, you should have run while you still had the chance. Come on, you know I'm gonna mess you up, right? Yes, warrior after all. Yes, I has rage. Alachia, it was as we suspected. The thug and his guard have been holding Ulla's hostage in the back of this carriage ever since she vanished. Though this ordeal has undoubtedly caused a deal of stress, she does not appear to be physically injured. While you're no doubt eager to question her, as I am, she must be given time to rest and recuperate. These two, on the other hand, need not be afforded any such consideration. You there! What is the meaning of this? Ah, it seems all that early commotion has drawn the attention of the guards. Excellent. They can deal with the ruffians. I shall escort Ulla to the Scholasticate dormitory and speak with the instructors. When all has been settled, let us again speak at St. Renaud's Cathedral. You should be glad to hear that Ulla will be fine. Sister Gatel is with her now, tending to her needs as we speak. I expect you will soon be strong enough to answer our questions. Until then, however, we must make do with what information the Temple Knights can extract from the kidnappers. Unfortunately, while the ruffians confess to abducting Ulla in exchange for a large sum of gil, they have told us little else of the value thus far. Apparently, their employers draped themselves in such thick furs that they could not even say if they were man or woman. They claimed this cloaked figure offered no explanation as to why they wanted them to snatch the girl and keep her from confined to the carriage indefinitely. And so they had no choice but to keep moving and stay ahead of all the Temple Knights and await further instructions. Hopefully, we will learn more as the interrogation process interrogations progress. I fear, however, our mastermind has cloaked themselves in a layer upon layer of secrecy, and it will take more than a few pointed questions to penetrate them all. But regardless of how well they've hidden their intentions and their identity, we will bring them to justice soon enough. At once, we learn all that we can from our friends in the Temple Knights' custody, as well as Ula. We will be that much closer to restoring peace to the Scholasticate. The time of light and truth upon the secret buried in the dark, the children once more come together, that they may know her power and her glory. Ah, Alachia, I was wondering when you showed up. The Temple Knights have deemed Ula fit to recount the events of her kidnapping, and have taken her to the room just beyond for questioning, with Place A to accompany her for support. It would appear the questioning is done. Let us see what we might learn. Hail, my good man. I am Inspector Braden, and this is my associate, Alachia. I understand that you have spoken with Ula regarding her kidnapping. Is there aught you might share with us? Inspector Braden, Mistress Alachia, I fear it would seem that Lady Ula knows even less of her own abduction than we do. As she tells it, the only people she saw during the captivity were the two thugs now in custody. We questioned them thrice over, but they insist their employer had them disguise themselves so they cannot even say for certain if they are a man or a woman, much less give us a description. For what little it's worth, we did learn that two were once orphans and raised as charged of the Holy See, to betray the nation that fed and clothed them for a handful of coin. But I must return to my post. Should we come across anything actually significant, I shall be sure to alert you. Blessy, are there any details our friends may have neglected to mention? I fear that Ula's testimony proved entirely unenlightening. There's another development, however, that has been troubling me. Rumors that the Achmabaden and was behind the abduction are circulating around the Scholasticate once more. Again, with these asinine allegations. And this time the students seem convinced more than ever of his guilt. No longer content to sit back and wait for events to take their course, they've been pushing for his expulsion. Theo has been doing his best to convince them to disregard the rumors, but it seems any mention of Achmabaden only serves to fuel their rage. I must hurry back and help him. I suspect that this is little reflection on the prefect himself than a manifestation of aimless anxiety and fear. Still, I dare say this commotion might prove to be an opportunity in disguise. I shall make my way to the vault to continue my own investigation. In the meantime, I ask you go and keep an eye on the seminarians and an ear to the ground. Oh, my ear's going to be on the ground, all right, because I'm going to be passed out. Holy shit, I'm tired. How long does this thing go? Just give me the jacket. And what if those ruffians truly were in his employ, and we were to stand idly by until he betrays one of us, as he did poor Ulda, or Ula? His refusal to provide us with anything resembling a reasonable explanation speaks for itself. The boy's guilty, and I say we move to have him expelled from this scholasticate, effective immediately. The Emissant, I demand you take lead of this charge. Thank you for thank the fury you've come, Alachia. Since the headmistress called everyone away for an emergency meeting, it's been absolute chaos. They're so incensed they won't listen to a word Theo or I have to say. Perhaps if you were to speak with them, it would help soothe their angry feelings. Alright. I'm gonna soothe you. Oops. Damn it. Alright. Now I'm gonna soothe you. Soothe you. Damn it! Oh. So, you suggest we do nothing. The longer we dither without taking action, the greater the risk of him finding us out. And when he does, he'll see every last one of us suffer for it. Mark my words. He is frightened, as we all are, but it is precisely why we must proceed with caution. As you rightly observed, if we act out of anger and despair, we will only doom ourselves to failure. Please, ma'am, if you would rally his spirits as you have calmed mine own. Who am I supposed to calm? Who am I supposed to rally? Him? Rally. But of course, it is exactly as you say. Forgive me, my fear had gotten the better of me. Indeed, there is little help he can do to us if we act as one and proceed with due caution. And remember, once Akbanen is removed from school, the administration will keep us safe. So no need to fear his retribution never again. We must move swiftly but surely to ensure his expulsion. The Emissant, can we count on you to lead us? Thank you, Alachia. Now that everyone is feeling more at ease, let us open up the floor for discussion. I welcome any and all opinions, provided that they are delivered in a calm and orderly fashion. I believe there is just cause to expel Akmabaden. As Alachia was kind enough to point out, however, we should not act brashly. That is why you, Themescent, with your calm demeanor, are the best students, best suited to head our appeal, to have him removed. What say you? Given the way he's treated you in the past, I can understand why you'd readily assume the worst of him. I cannot help but believe, however, that he too is a victim in all this. I strain to think that anyone who cares so deeply about the Scholasticate and its inhabitants could commit such an atrocity. Theo, for fury's sake, you could defend the individual who for the past several years ridiculed and tortured us? It is so impossible for you to believe that he is capable of such villainy. Until there is proof to say he is guilty, we must give him the benefit of the doubt. Theo is right, Lee. I bear no great love for Archmabaden either, but even the Temple Knights have been able to uncover a single piece of evidence tying him to kidnapping. The same knights who have pulled the wool over our eyes for 1,000 years, stripping us all we own to protect men like him. How heartening that is to hear. I would have thought that after all you endured at Archmabaden's hands, you would stand with us. I see I was wrong. Friends, it would seem the commoner has grown too content under the nobleman's yoke to fight for his ideals. If we are to see justice served, we must do so with our own strength, our own voices. Let us draft a petition that our grievances might be heard and the blackguard expelled. How can they be so blind? The villain who kidnapped Ulla is playing us all for fools, stoking the flames of hatred, that we might all be consumed by them. If only I could have done more to dissuade them. This blind persecution will only serve to further to divide us. And Archmabaden's expulsion would be a tremendous loss for the Scholasticate. Why will no one listen to reason? Theo, there's still time to turn things around. I'm sure of it. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you, Blessy, for your kind words. Indeed, it's not too late to reverse the course of today's events. We should try to speak with Father Saturnoi. Surely he'll know what to do. Incredible. Despite all that, he's still intent on saving Archmabaden. Alachia, there's no talking him out of it now. Consider how our last discussion ended. It would put me at such ease if you would accompany us. I shall be staying behind. There are a few things I would attend to here. My dear Blessé, if you would, I could do with an extra pair of hands. In that case, Lee, Alachia, let us make haste to the cathedral. The headmistress meeting will not run forever, and we must catch Father Sertinois before the others do. Oh my god, 7 hours of quests? Oh man, can I make it? The omniscient, Lay, and Alachia? What brings you here in such hurry? And mayhap it concerns the petition I just received from the student body? Not to worry. Rest assured that I have reviewed the documents and will be submitting it to the headmistress shortly, along with my own strong recommendation in favor of Archmabaden's immediate and irrevocable expulsion from the Scholasticate. Wait, Father! We are not in support of the petition, but rather to argue against it. We cannot rightly expel Akmabaden for a crime that the evidence, or lack thereof, suggests he did not even commit. Quite true. And yet it is not because I believe him guilty that I have chosen to move forward with this proposal. Then why? For too long has our church been corrupted by men and women who would see the foundation built upon the sin instead of virtue. I mean to put an end to this vicious cycle. What are you saying? The omniscient, lay, there's something you must know. When I was young, I too was taken under the wing of Father Josua. It was by his good graces that I gained admission to the scholasticate, not unlike yourselves. I devoted my entirety to my studies, and that I might prove myself worthy of his kindness. My dedication was rewarded when I graduated at the top of my class and secured a prize position in the archives, alongside some of the Holy See's most esteemed individuals. It was there that I met a man who would become my closest friend and confidant. For 10 years he had toiled in the sea's darkest recesses, working to see that ugly truth of Ishgard's past would never see the light of day, until the day the burden grew too great to bear, and he took his own life. For years I was torn between grief and anger, and not being able to save him from his fate. Fearing my anguish would consume me, I found succor in my religion. Day and night I'd pore over scripture, and soon I found myself back in these very halls, not as a student, but as a teacher. A tragic story indeed. You have my condolences for all your loss, but what does this have anything to do with Akmabaden? Of the Fury's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. Doubtless you too familiar with these words. Those who deny the teachings of the volume 11 commit the greatest sin of all. They must bear full responsibility for the injustice wrought on the victims of our society. Master Akmabaden has done naught but scorn the truths penned within the tome. His dismissal is long overdue. This is madness. The Fury knows I bear no love for the bastard, but what you propose to lay the blame for generation upon generation of the Church's transgressions at his feet. I do only what must be done. Countless lives were lost in the Dragon Song War. We must needs purge the Church of any who espouse the false ideal that all men are not born equal, and the sins of our past are ever repeated, and that the clergy might be restored to their former glory. I have faith in you, my children. Reflect on the teachings of Father Josua. If you do not understand now, you will soon enough. It's true that Father Josua was an ardent advocate of equality, who strove always to adhere to the principles espoused in the equal under her every watchful gaze. 'Tis equally true that Akmabaden has been outspoken in condemning the self-same passage. Still, that hardly warrants his expulsion. You must admit it. The man has a point. Making an example out of the son of Ishgard's most prominent houses would send a message, and it just might be the fastest way to bring about the change he seeks. Whether or not that change would be for the better, however, is another matter entirely. It is one thing when it was just an angry mob of seminarians calling for Akmabaden's head. Now that Father Sertuana intends to lead the charge, it's another matter entirely. Whatever are we to do? We need to speak with Akmabaden. But of course, Hockenbaden's nothing if but astute. He's sure to have an idea on how to extricate himself from this predicament. Come, let us make for the pillars. Oh my God, it's 5 a.m. How much longer is this? Oh my God. I'm losing focus. Come on. You can do it. Get in there. Go, 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 go. What baseless accusations you can care to hurl at me at this time, attempting to destroy the church, or perhaps you're here to bring the light to personal hand. I had an instigating at the Dragon Song more. Perhaps instead of entertaining every ridiculous rumor you're here, you might actually make yourself useful for once. You can start by questioning those two beside you. After all, they're the ones who arranged this entire farce and have been spreading these letters in a pathetical, transparent attempt to incriminate me and that I might be expelled. Please listen, Archmabaden. We know that the accusations being leveled at you are unfounded. I know we have had our differences, but today we come to lend you our aid. He's so full of rage. He can scarce hear a word I say. Please, Alachia, perhaps you can try soothing him. All right. Soothe. Oops, soothe. Don't make me laugh. You expected me to believe that you, the two who would stand to gain the most from my expulsion, have not so much as seen the nonsense that's been making the rounds in the dormitories? The truth revealed. Achmbaden de Zemil, a kidnapper. Trust me. We were trying to implicate you in a crime you didn't commit. We would have done so far more thorough job than this. Indeed, these writings simply make an appeal to an emotion, with not a single piece of concrete evidence to support the accusation. Fine, perhaps it wasn't you two after all. Still, rest assured that when I get my hands on the commoner who did this, they'll rue the day they thought to meddle in the affairs of House Zemel. You best realize we commoners are not the ones on trial here. You are. I suggest you watch your tongue unless you prefer to lose the only allies you seem to have these days. Do not lose heart, Archmabaden. Together we'll uncover the truth and see that these baseless petitions against you is withdrawn. Why would I need your help? My innocence is beyond question, and the Fury herself will see my good name restored. I pray she will. In the meantime, we too shall do our part. Fury's sake, Theo, leave it be. That aside, where did these papers even come from? And why didn't we receive one? If I had to guess, perhaps they were given only to those most inclined to believe the accusations. Foolishness, at best. If anything, these letters will only give me the clues I need to identify the coward behind them. As a matter of fact, I believe I know precisely where to begin my search. Brilliant. We would be more than happy to assist you in the investigation. Where would you have us go? And hand you the very knife you would put in my back? Do you think me a daft? If the petition is approved and I expelled, that would put you right at the top of the class. How very convenient. Oh, Hockenbaden, don't you see? It's not for awards or accolades that I study the scripture, as I do. I seek only to follow in the footsteps of Father Chassois. It was he who granted me the chance to achieve the grand vision he had for the realm, and bring relief to those who needed a spiritual succor. Oh, the fairy's love will all men receive, and by the balance of her spear will all be set free. I would share the wisdom of these words with all of Ishgard. Volume 11 of the 72 Articles of Hellenic Polity? What is it with commoners and the obsession with that over-idealistic screed? Come, Achmabeden, let us not waste any further time entertaining the idle musings of the riffraff. Look, we can manage just fine without your help, but if you do find anything, not that we expect you to, you'll report back to us if you know it's good for you. Understood? If I didn't know any better, I'd say that sound like a thank you. Well, if there's something else to do here, I suppose we should set to work. An excellent idea, Nley. Now, where do you suppose we should start? The fairy saves us. Oh my god, that emote, Elise Spectacles emote? If we could only track down the author of the letters and convince them to recant the statements, the student body would have no choice but to withdraw their motions. But where would we even search? I don't know. I guess you're stumped as well. It's not as if we'd be able to glean any important clues just from these 4 slips of papers. This isn't enough. Let us begin by finding the rest of the letters. Perhaps they'll prove more enlightening. It's settled then. Let's return to the Scholasticate and commence our search. Theo has already appraised me of the situation. Not that he needed to, mind you. It is for that very reason that I remained behind with Blaise, to investigate the origin of the nasty rumors flying about. It didn't take long for us to connect the rumors to the letters and to coax one of the seminarians to show us the document they had received. I investigated further, and behold, these are all the ones I managed to collect in my search so far. Under normal circumstances, the baseless incentives penned here would hardly suffice to convince anyone. It would seem, however, years of harbored animosity have blinded people to their better judgment. Oh yes, in fact, Cremvois and I have been gathering letters all morning. Feast your eyes on that. On this. One of the girls said that the letter showed up on her bed as if out of nowhere. I returned to my quarters to check if I received something similar, but there was nothing found. At first I thought it was a simple oversight, but after asking around I learned that there were more than a few others who, like me, had been overlooked. Suspicious letters? Whatever are you talking about? I've not received anything of the sort. Now that you mention it, however, I did observe some of the seminarians tossing out crumpled slips of paper. Mayhap these are the letters you seek? Ah, Alachia, did your search prove fruitful? Excellent. Let's take a closer look and see what we can discern. How curious. It would appear our culprit has gone through the trouble of writing a disturbing 3 distinctly different versions of the letter. The first reads, as illustrated by the recent abduction that has taken place within these sacred halls, Akmabaden will stop at nothing to eliminate those who stand in his way. Such blatant disrespect of our teachings must not be tolerated. The second says, it is one thing to disagree with the opinion of your fellow seminarians. It is quite another to abuse one's influence to have your ideological opponents removed. Ula, a firm believer in the teachings of the volume of the Articles of the Hellenic Polity, and staunch advocate of equal fell victim to Akmabaden's treachery. The villain cannot go unpunished. And last but not least, Ula's copy of the volume 11 was discovered in the Perfect's room shortly after the girl's appearance. This, more than anything, proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Akmabaden is guilty. While the final letter offers an argument, it's hardly a compelling one. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but these aren't several copies of the Article of Hellenic Policy sitting on the library shelves. Why can't I speak to why Akmabaden would have one in the first place? The book found in his quarters couldn't have been by anyone. Blaise, when you spoke of the Ula earlier, did you mention anything about the volume 11? I didn't think anything of the time, but while Ula was recovering in the infirmary, she asked me to retrieve a copy from her room. When I went to look for it, it wasn't there. Which would mean the tome was removed unbeknownst to her. So it would seem, after all she testified when the 2 thugs seized her at the marketplace, she had nothing on her person but a pocket of gil. Presumably the book was still in her quarters then. It would be one thing if the book had disappeared with Ula, but for someone to sneak into her room and remove it after the fact. Why, it's as if the culprits intended to use it to frame Akmabaden all along. Why, I bet my last skill you're right. And that's the reason none of us received the letter. We're the only people who would be able to confirm with Ula's that the book had been pilfered from her room. But who would go to such great lengths to frame Akmabaden? That's our Theo. always striving to help his fellow man, even if that man's all that stands between him and the top of class. It's enough to leave a girl smitten, isn't it, Blessy? What are you talking about? I'm not smitten. I just admire him for his kind heart. Blessy? Wherever did she dash off like that? Has she taken ill? In a manner of speaking, I'll go to make sure she's okay. Oh dear, whatever it is, I hope she recovers quickly. In the meantime, we need to put our heads together if we hope to get out of this mess, Alachia. What do you think? Why would anyone go to such lengths to implicate Akmabaden? Perhaps he implicated himself. But of course, Akmabaden is so fed up with the rest of us that he's conceived this whole plot to get himself. Wait a minute, Alachia. Are you having a jest at our expense? No. Well, logically, the only reason anyone would go to such lengths to frame Akmabaden was if they were trying to throw suspicion off themselves, which raises the possibility that, as mad as it may be, the kidnapping was simply a plot to get him killed, to get him expelled in the first place. Though, think about it. It at least explains the one thing. Ula's kidnapping was far from typical. She was not harmed, nor did her abduction demand any reason for her release, or any ransom for her release. You may very well be onto something, Lay. Must report to the Inspector Briarden right away. You say he's investigating the vault, Alachia. Then let's go there. Oh no. No, I'm not going anywhere. It's 5:17 a.m. and I'm going to faceplant. I'm going to faceplant so hard. Yeah, 'cause you guys are crazy. This quest is forever. And I feel like I'm never, ever gonna ever finish. And I can't. I just can't. I don't even know how to think at this point. I barely know how to read at this point. Not that I could ever read in the first place. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh. What's with you boys? Can't you just settle this shit amongst yourselves? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to bed. Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. Thanks, Billy. Good night. Thanks, Jeppy. Good night. Thanks, Spammer, for trying to spam a channel. Thanks, Maury, for running with me. Thanks, Anorex, for getting my fashion report in check. I'm pass out now, 'cause this was, oh my god. Alright, I shall return anon. Mayhap tomorrow, mayhap the next. Au revoir. Good night.